we're told that the supplies affecting the central line London Underground was restored after 10 minutes. Perhaps this is a good omen. Other jottings from the Home Notebook: chemists are to get more money from the National Health Service, averaging an extra £230 a year. The National Chamber of Trade claims that 1 in 4 housewives who started collecting trading stamps have now given up. The bugle that sounded the charge of the Light Brigade was knocked down at auction today for £1,600, and it's going back to the cavalry. And the Beatles have been burgled. George and Ringo lost about £200 over the weekend. Finally, a safety note. After free beer was distributed to workmen at the topping out of the new Nottingham University building, the contractors closed down the site for the rest of the day. A spokesman said the men were rather light-hearted, and it was thought to be in their best interests. The building is 186 feet high. Well, that is all for the moment, I think. Anything else? That's all we have for the moment, but we will be keeping in touch. We apologize for this delay in the start of BBC Two. There's been a massive electricity supply failure affecting our main studios in West London. Scheduled programs will begin as soon as we can possibly manage.
Here's a house. Here's a door. Windows, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready to knock? Turn the lock. It's play school.
It's Dortmund. Someone among us.
Well, we apologise for this break in the programme. We're doing our best to rectify the fault, and we'll be rejoining Blake 7 just as soon as possible. glad to say the fault has been cleared. We're now able to rejoin Blake 7.
Didn't it? A temptation, you said, even for those of us with our lives at stake.
It suddenly shines overhead. It's purple. No, green. But it's blue. Tangerine. It's gold. No, it's silver. You'll never have seen such a sight. Come out, come out, come out, come out, and start and gaze at the riotous blaze and the brilliant blaze of the sun. What's that you say? This fuss for a star. Now be on your way. I'm far, oh so far behind with my work. Behind with your work. I've no time to shirk. Look at this dust. I must, oh I must remove every speck. This
Well, we're sorry about losing the programme. We'll return to Babushka just as soon as we can.
What are you talking about?
Well, we're sorry about this break in the film, especially at this critical point. We're doing our very best to rectify the fault, and we'll be rejoining the action just as soon as possible. Once again, our apologies for the break in the film. We have now transferred the film to another projector. This will take 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll rejoin the action just where we left it off. Meanwhile, we'll continue this music, but we will be back with the Time Travellers just as soon as possible, probably in about 2 or 3 minutes.
answer to XB right there. They'll know what to do with it back home.
Friendliest people in the universe. It's paradise, my friend. Paradise.
Lieutenant O'Neill, where is he?
Paradise.
Well, I'm sorry, Star Trek seems to have disappeared into space for just a moment. In the meantime, a little music, and we'll hope to rejoin the programme just as soon as we possibly can. And now I'm pleased to say we're able to rejoin Star Trek.
A search party consisting of 2 Enterprise officers were sent to the planet below. Mr. Sulu has returned, but in a highly agitated...
Well, we're very sorry for that short break in transmission, but we're now able to go back to our film, Adam's Woman.
Bart come and took me from the Duchess. I missed you, Yank.
What's the matter with you? Give her a squeeze.
Wait for me at the other end of the bridge. I'll walk across.
Right.
We're very sorry about that. We've lost your film for you, but we'll return to it just as soon as we can. We're very sorry to have lost your film for you, but we'll be returning to it in just a moment. In the meantime, some music. Well, once again, I must say I'm terribly sorry to have lost the film for you, but we will be returning to it in just a few moments. In the meantime, we're playing some music. Now, I'm happy to say we're able to return to Waterloo Bridge and Robert Taylor.
I was right, Thomas. It's tonight.
Bop, bop. It's really funky, isn't it, our new animation? It's brilliant. Good afternoon. How are you? Isn't this a very, very loud top indeed? I like it. To Andy. What date is it today? September the 8th, isn't it? To Andy. Have a great Christmas. Is this your first Christmas card? Well, yes, Sarah Mills, in Class 1C at St. Joseph's RC Middle School it is. Merry Christmas to you too. Deary me. Right, we've got the all-new Popeye show in just a tick. There is the album special at 4:35. Newsround with Helen Rollison at 5 o'clock. And then at 5:10, Chegwin checks out the pop music industry. But Popeye the Sailor Man, boop, boop, over here.
I'm strong to the finish, 'cause I eat me spinach.
I'll get you.
Hey, just a minute. Help! Popeye! Don't worry, Scarlet. Juana's gone away. Whoa! Help! Save me!
You're quite a catch, Jungle Olive.
Oh, you saved me.
Juana Bluto at your service. Mwah.
Oh, Bluto, you're so polite, so gentlemanly after all. Don't fall for that line, Olive. He's a wolf in cheap clothing. Oh, he's not such a bad guy, Popeye. Come on out, and we'll all be showbiz.
Oh, well, if that was getting any thinner, it'll just go... look, if it's good enough for Popeye, then it's good enough for me too. We've put Children's BBC into CinemaScope. Just a minute, I'm now going to confer with the executive people next door through the glass. Right, what are we going to do? You want me to talk for a bit, or what? Right, OK, they want me to... Oh, jolly good. They're going to take Popeye off one machine now and put him on another machine. Apparently we had a fault with the gate or something incredible. Right, let me put myself back here and put my chair back up where it should be. I'll tell you what I can tell you about. Look at this. This has come from Sharon Francis, who lives in Camberley in Surrey, and she sent me a tremendously colourful poster. It says, Life's a Beach. Now, I mean, if you've not been watching Children's BBC, heaven forbid, but if you haven't been watching Children's BBC, you won't know what the expression Life's a Beach means. It is actually the sort of the hip expression to use in America at the moment. If somebody says to you, say, hey, Andy, how you doing, okay? You say, hey, life's a beach, man. So, we shall put this up here. Later on this afternoon, we've got a brand new programme for the autumn on Children's BBC called Chegwin Checks It Out, with Keith Chegwin, not surprisingly. Now, this afternoon, he's going to look at the pop music industry, going to look at the top 40, how the top 40 is put together. He's going to go behind the scenes at Top of the Pops. He talks to Johnny Hates Jazz. You can find out this afternoon how much it costs to make a single. I think it's about £6,000 or something like that, which is an awful lot of money. Also, we've an album special this afternoon, which is all about trains. There's Newsround with Helen Rollison at 5 o'clock. We will take a look at the BBC Top 10. We've got the top 40 here. Shall I give them a sneak preview? Shall I? Yeah, let's have a sneak preview. I wonder if it's arrived yet. I'm going to do some jiggery-pokery here. Yes, there it is, look. Ha-ha! That's handy, isn't it? Thank you, CFAX. There's the top 10. Casanova by Levert has gone up 10 from last week's 20 to this week's number 10. Wonderful Life by Black is going down, which is a shame because I like that. So are the Wets. Big climb for Cliff Richard. Cliff Richard's gone up 8 places. Last week's 15 is this week's number 7. 2 and 3 change places. Fat Boys and the Beach Boys with Wipeout is now number 2, and the Pet Shop Boys with Dusty Springfield's gone down. And Rick Astley is still Britain's #1 with Never Gonna Give You Up. Saw him at Sport Aid. Very good he was too. The #4, brand new entry at #4 for U2 with The Streets Have No Name. And that is the video we're going to show you later on this afternoon. You're finding out all about it here, aren't you, this afternoon? Hey, what? We're telling you all the stuff that we've planned. It's always looks so smooth, doesn't it, when we're on? How are we doing? We're nearly ready with Popeye. Good. You see, what they're doing at the moment is downstairs, they're panicking. They're charging around like mad, saying, quick, quick, quick! Andy's running out of things to say. Get the film on. What else is there on this afternoon? Oh, there's some stuff. Bruno Brooks will be along to talk about what the new series of Beat the Teacher. Tomorrow on Children's BBC, Keith Chegwin will join us here in the afternoon in this chair to talk about Chegwin Checks It Out. I think we're ready to go back to Popeye now. Okay, run TK. Come on, are we ready or what? They can't go to it yet. So, I tell you what, this is going to put the running times of the programmes out dreadfully. This is the longest junction I've ever had to do in my life. And we'd probably go to news roundabout. It'd be the news round instead of the 6 o'clock news, won't it? Ellen Rollison, you'll be presenting the 6 o'clock news this afternoon. Look, should we have a bit of that? And a bit of this. Switch that on there. Oh, keep running, TK, keep running, TK. They're saying in my ear that... Yes, 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 you can take it. Right, Popeye, the Sailor Man, please.
Come on out.
Well, if you've just joined us on BBC One, I'm sorry that you're not able to be watching the news, which is on at the moment, or should be on at the moment. But the fact of the matter is that we've had a fire in the building, and the news has had to be abandoned. For the moment, we'll just leave you with a look at Sunday night on BBC One, and leave you with some music. Once again, our sincere apologies for the lack of our news bulletin at the moment, which has been due to the fact that there's a fire in the television centre. We will, of course, be continuing our programmes in just a moment with the weather forecast and our programmes for tomorrow. You'll know that we had to abandon tonight's news because of a fire at the television centre. So before our late film Car Wash, we're returning now to Jan Leeming and David Icke for the news and sport.
Good evening. Moscow offers a new deal on European missiles. Gorbachev says it's not dependent on Star Wars.
This winter in Dallas, they're slinging lead and telling tall tales.
But it wasn't murder, it was self-defense. I already told you that.
She must be dreaming. Dallas, tomorrow at 8.
We face the question of sport in half an hour. But before that, the question of a few bills for Tom and Barbara in the first of a series of The Good Life. Well, we're very sorry. That's a rather bad start, isn't it? What we'll do, obviously, is to work on things. The engineers will get things sorted as quickly as they possibly can, and we'll make a good start to The Good Life. In the meantime, we'll play some music. Well, we're very sorry that we made a bad start the last time for The Good Life, but this time it looks as though we could be in for a bit more luck. So here we go, the first of a series of The Good Life.
On authentic records about a British aristocrat's involvement with the Sioux Indians. Richard Harris and Judith Anderson star in A Man Called Horse. Well, I'm sorry, the action seems to have slowed down somewhat, in fact stopped on A Man Called Horse. We hope to get things back to normal just as soon as possible, if you'll bear with us a few moments. Just to reassure you, we are doing all we can at this moment to get the film back, and just as soon as we're able to, we'll be returning to it. Well, once again, let me just keep you informed that we are having to change machines to bring you the rest of this film. All will be well, we are told, in a few seconds' time, and just as soon as we go back to the film, as soon as it's running, we'll go back to it. Well, things seem to be much better now, except for Richard Harris, who's still having a fairly tough time of things. We rejoin the film just where we left it. Nothing missed.
First, the best in the business pot their shots in Sheffield.
One.
Well, I'm very sorry we've lost our pictures from Sheffield. We're, of course, doing all we can to return there, and we will do so in as small a time as possible.
Well, sorry about that technical hitch. Back now to David Vine.
Sorry about that little hiccup between the mountains of Sheffield and wherever you are. Let me take you, so you don't miss anything, let me take you back. I was just taking you into frame 19 of this match between Stephen Hendry and Dean O'Kane, with Stephen Hendry leading 12 frames to 6, which meant he needed one more to win. The situation in the match, Hendry ahead by 20 points and Dean O'Kane with the shot. 12-6, 33-13.
BBC Two now in the third round of the UK Snooker Championship. In 25 minutes here on BBC One, the word quiz incognito. First, we're dressing to be noticed with the clothes show. Well, we were going to go to the clothes show, but apparently we've got a minor problem somewhere or other, so all we can say is we'll go to it as soon as we can. Well, these little things happen, but I'm glad to tell you that now we can join them on the clothes show.
Yeah, that's just because I get worried about you. I mean, I don't want you making the same mistakes that I did. Just drifting day to day. I mean, I never thought about the future. I just let things happen.
Well, we'd like to apologise. We appear to have lost the sound on EastEnders, but as soon as we get back to it, we'll get right back to the pictures. Until then, if you could bear with us. Well, we'd like to apologise. We're still having problems locating the sound, but we are working on it, and we'll get back to EastEnders just as soon as we can. Well, I think we've got all our problems sorted out, so now we'll head back to EastEnders.
Yeah, anything. I mean, you could start tomorrow if you wanted to.
Look, Guy, I don't have to go, you know.
So now, on BBC One, the second of tonight's Warren Beatty films. Julie Christie and James Mason co-star, and Heaven Will Just Have to Wait. Well, I'm very sorry we don't seem to have Heaven Will Just Have to Wait for the time being. In the meantime, some music. Well, once again, I'm very sorry that we can't at the moment bring you the film Heaven Can Wait. We are doing all we can to get it to you, but in the meantime, I'll continue with the music. Well, I'm awfully sorry. We still are having problems finding our film, Heaven Can Wait. We are doing all we can, and we'll be back to you just as soon as we can. Well, this is BBC One, and I'm very sorry that we're now unable to bring you the scheduled film Heaven Can Wait. So now, here's a short film called Timescape.
Well, I'm very sorry we're not able to bring you the scheduled film for this evening. Well, now here's the short film called Timescape.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm sure, as you're aware, we're having a few sound problems with our film at the moment. We'll do our best to rectify those just as soon as we can and return you to the film. Well, hopefully now we've rectified our sound problem on the film and we can return you to She-Devil.
Way to meet St. Peter.
That's right, Mo. You're on your way to meet Senor Peter.
So we seem to have a bit of a technical problem at the moment. We're trying to deal with the problem, and we'll see what we can do as best we can. Well, I'm terribly sorry. We seem to be having a bit of a technical difficulty at the moment. We'll try and restore things as soon as we can. Please do bear with us. Well, once again, we do apologise for this technical problem we're having at the moment. We're trying to get the film back for you just as soon as possible, if you bear with us. Well, I'm sorry about that technical difficulty we were having there. I'm pleased to say we've managed to get the film back for you, so let's join Jack, all on his lonesome. Well, I'm really sorry about this problem that we're having. We can't seem to be bringing you the sound for tonight's film. It's really near the end and the climax. We are going to do our best to get the film back online and sort the sound problem out just as soon as possible. Very sorry about this. Do bear with us. Well, I'm very sorry. We still are having a bit of a problem bringing you the sound for our film. We're doing our best to sort it out. In the meantime, I shall play some music. Well, as enjoyable as that music is, I'm sure you'll agree. I'm sure you'd rather see what happened at the end of the film. We think we've managed to sort the problem out now, so we'll try again. And Jack is still on his own.
I guess he ain't heard the news.
What news? Your wife sold her property to the railroad. Gentlemen, start tagging the furniture.
Now it's story time. Well, sorry about that, but we seem to be having a few problems with story time. We're sorting out the problems, so we're doing all we can to solve the problem. Once again, we're having problems with our programme Storytime, but in the meantime, while we're sorting them out, here's some music. Apologies once again, but now we can go to story time.
Well, once again, apologies we've been off the air. Thank you for staying with us. What we can do now is that we can rejoin our movie Speed roundabout where we left it.
Cheyenne on the southern plains. The campaign they devised would be waged in the winter when the Indians...
Well, I'm very sorry for this interruption to the story of the West. We are working on the fault with the sound and hope to be back with the programme very shortly. With apologies, we can now return to the story of the West.
They had done to the south. And they would start with the...
Sorry about that interruption to our transmission there. It's been a beautiful day here in Harrogate, but the weather suddenly got very bad, and the dense clouds are interfering with our satellite transmission, but we're glad to have you back again. Let's move on to other things the Liberal Democrats discussed today. Racially motivated crimes. They've been high on the political agenda since Stephen Lawrence had that tragic murder. Today, the Lib Dems were keen to expand on this concept of hate crimes. They carry higher penalties, and they wanted to go beyond race to sexual orientation, even gender. The aim is to give additional protection to homosexuals and women.
Violence and discrimination happen every day in all our communities. Just this spring, it became a national issue here too. The Macpherson inquiry into the Stephen Lawrence murder and the April bombings in London brought hate attacks into the public eye as never before. Homophobia and racism are not the only reasons for hate crimes in this country. They are, it seems, the most prevalent. And it was those dreadful tragedies that gave this motion its direction.
Hate crimes are unacceptable in our society. That doesn't just mean hate crimes against the gay.
Once again, apologies for the break in the programme. We will try and get you back to the Lib Dem conference talks as soon as we can. We are having serious problems with our OB, and we may not be able to get back to the Liberal Democrat conference. In the meantime, here's some music. Once again, apologies for the breakdowns we've had during the conference talks. They will be back tomorrow morning at 11:30 on BBC Two for the leader's speech.
The new BBC Tweenies activity pack makes learning fun. You can place an order by credit card on the local number 0845 1200 500 or send a cheque or postal order made payable to BBC Tweenies to PO Box 1996, Wetherby, LS 23 7LH.
Catch The Really Wild Show every Tuesday on CBBC One. Absolutely stuffed full of ideas and things that are going on in the year ahead. Travel far and wide on an amazing wildlife tour.
You don't have to live right in the middle of the countryside to spot wildlife.
Yeah! Trail the animals living on your doorstep. Take a closer look. I think you'll be surprised at what you can find. And join the nation's biggest wildlife survey.
Get out there and get UK wild.
The Really Wild Show, today at 4:35 on CBBC One.
Now on BBC Two, Bill and Bernie put 3 on the number line. Well, I'm sorry about this, but we're having a bit of problem with the programmes at the moment. But don't worry, we'll sort it out as soon as we can and get the programmes back to you just as soon as possible. Well, I'm glad to say we can now go back to the programme. It's number time.
I'm racing down the number line. Sketches, songs, and non play boots. It's all here just for you.
I've got some good news for you. It is the last in the series of Extra Lots, so we have to get back to it really as soon as we can. And I believe, hang on, let me check with the engineers, Anna.
It's the lights are coming up, camera action, here's Kate.
Well, sorry about that. We had a few power problems during Against the Odds, so you missed a couple of minutes of it. But don't worry, because you can see the whole programme again tomorrow morning, 10 to 8 on CBBC 2.
Well, once again, I must apologise for the technical problems that unfortunately now mean we're unable to return to the BBC News here on BBC One. I must, again, apologise for that. This is BBC One, and due to ongoing technical problems at Television Centre in London, we can't show the news from around the UK today. Instead, a compilation of reports from previous editions of the programme. Having problems with the power supply here at Television Centre in London, and so we're unable to bring you the usual full weather forecast, but I do have brief details for the UK for tonight. A band of rain will spread from the west. It'll be heavy in the north and patchy in the south, with temperatures down to 12 Celsius. This is BBC One, and as I've mentioned, I'm sorry to say that we've been having power problems here at Television Centre in London, so we're running a few minutes early, but it does mean we can soak up even more of the atmosphere on England's big night in Charleroi in Euro 2000 as we join Gary Lineker.
Taxation. Information on bank accounts of non-EU residents will be shared after Austria lifts its veto. Israel's government in ever deeper crisis as 4 ministers say they'll resign from Ehud Barak's cabinet. And the European Football Association blame the British government for underestimating the English hooligan problem. Hello and welcome to BBC World News. I'm Stephen Cole. European Union leaders have reached a compromise of our main headlines. European Union leaders reach agreement on cross-border taxation. Israel's government in ever deeper crisis as 4 ministers say they'll resign from Ehud Barak's cabinet. And still to come on this programme, Zimbabweans, rich and poor, get ready for next weekend's elections. You're watching BBC World. Now it's time for international business news and numbers. Here's John Terry. John.
That's right, Stephen. Thank you very much indeed. And company news first up.
And now David Brenner joins us for the
of Euro 2000. Stephen.
Certainly will. Thank you very much, David.
Talking movies, the very latest film news direct from the US.
As elections near, political violence and intimidation in Zimbabwe grow daily and world.
Now on BBC World, Tom Brooke presents Talking Movies.
Hello from...
This July witness great international conspiracies ether and come back down to earth as football fever sweeps the globe in July. Follow the passion and the broken dreams of the beautiful game with Euro 2000. All life is here. July highlights on BBC World.
You're watching BBC World.
Another arrest over the deaths of Chinese immigrants. European Union leaders clinch a deal on savings tax despite Austria's attempts to block it. And Belgium says Britain didn't do enough to stop the hooligans travelling to Euro 2000. This is BBC News. Hello, I'm Gavin Esler. We're broadcasting from our Westminster studios because of power problems in and around BBC Television Centre in West London.
For the rather gloomy lighting, we've got severe power problems here in West London, so if I disappear from your screens, you'll know why. In the meantime, we'll carry...
BBC News tonight making its own news. Hugh Edwards was presenting BBC One's main bulletin when things started to go wrong. The final moment came a few minutes later during a report on Euro 2000.
Bypasses Belgian border controls.
Screens went blank as the power failed. Staff were immediately ordered to leave Television Centre as alarm systems were also affected. News 24 was among the casualties, so too were network radio services.
From a given moment in the show, we were expecting to fall off air, as we say, simply because we were warned that the generator was having problems and that it might just pack up for good. And when that happened, it happened during a report, and it just went, and there was a huge fizzle in the studio. The lights just disappeared with a big bang, and we were left there sitting in glorious isolation in complete darkness, from 6 million viewers to none in 1 second. It was quite an experience.
Qual è la storia di queste due piccole cittadine?
La storia è la storia di molti altri centri storici italiani. Sovana è stata una città etrusca, poi è stata una città medievale e in un certo tempo ha conosciuto anche un periodo fiorentissimo. Si dice che abbia fatto anche 40.000 abitanti.
Sovana è stata una città etrusca. È stata una città medievale. Ha conosciuto
I'm sorry we can't continue the programme at the moment. Please do bear with us and we'll restore it just as soon as possible. Again, I'm sorry about the problems we've had with the programme. Thank you for bearing with us, and I'm glad to say that it can now continue.
Exchange live in your living room with A1, and then of course, more importantly, this is Otis.
How you doing, people? Now I've been on BBC One.
Yeah,
like,
now he's getting back in the party.
Oh, come on, man, we're one big happy family, all right?
All right. Did you enjoy the fireworks? Great fireworks, great day all in all on the channel.
It has been
really.
a fantastic day.
Live at 7 o'clock this morning, loads of great shows. Stitch Up went down well. Thank you for all the emails and all the phone calls. What about on BBC One?
It was a very good day. The fireworks were absolutely fantastic, and the audiences were very noisy.
They were loud, weren't they?
How was S Club 7 this morning?
Well, you see, no comment about S Club 7, because I know that whatever I say, someone will come up to me and go, no, I saw what you said last week when I first listened. It's just not good.
But I need to know, I mean, which one of S Club do you fancy?
Right,
Come on.
all I need to say is I've left a special Rachel patch on the chair. That's all you need to know. Talking about her... It's for real. It's for real. I've left a little Rachel patch.
Right.
The boys came in.
Are you hoping that she might come back and visit you and, you know, see it?
I'm kind of hoping that, really.
Yeah? Okay. Shall I make an announcement for you?
You do that now.
Okay, hear ye, Rachel from S Club 7. My man Jake here fiends for you in a big way. So if you could come back and check out the patch that he's left for you in the other studio.
This is good. I'm really liking this. Don't forget, do keep those emails rolling in. We've had loads of them. See BBC Studio at bbc.co.uk.
Brilliant, and you know, some for me as well, because, you know, I like that.
Well, they've all been coming in for me so
well,
far.
this is the thing, you've been on the channel all day.
Yeah, all right. Well, okay, I've been on the channel since 7 this morning. I'm getting a bit sweaty, to be honest.
You are, you're getting very tired.
A few less emails will start coming in for me now, don't you think?
Okay, right, now, you may be watching wondering, well, we're on air for so long.
Yeah.
We're actually here wondering that as well. We promise you that very shortly Miami 7 is coming your way. But in the meantime, did anything go wrong?
It's always very weird, you know, when a channel launches, because if things do go wrong, then it kind of shows. But if things go right, which it has done today, then it's just been brilliant. Stitch Up went down an absolute storm. That's on at 4:05 every single day, right here on the channel.
Did they feature any of us on the Stitch Up?
Well, we kind of showed a few on the channel actually throughout the day. There was my one in the tax. I think what happens with Otis will be coming up in a few days. But we're not trying to give too much away about that.
I'm a bit worried. Have you seen that one yet?
Well, yes, I have. And to be honest, I don't think you'll have a career after it, to be quite frank with you, mate.
Do you think there's any way we can...
No, I don't think so. I think maybe if we just sit and watch Miami 7, finally, then we can talk about it, yeah?
Hurrah!
Here it is.
What? Let's get these stupid clothes on.
You are here with CBBC. Just a couple of problems there. Apologies for all that. Thank you to everyone who's got in touch and emailed us today. If you want to do the same, send an email in to cbbcstudio@bbc.co.uk. Now, I've had an email from John here. I haven't got it in my hand.
Where is it?
What I did was, I memorised it magically just a couple of seconds ago.
Let's get this man a job.
Yeah, maybe
Memorised it.
or maybe just some pay.
In the studio. Shape-changing alien in the studio.
All right, shut up.
Shape-changing alien in the studio.
Thank you. Yeah, got the message. Joe is an alien. Great. What are we going to do about this one?
You must zap it with your shape-changing alien blaster.
Yeah, a shape-changing alien blaster. Like I'm going to have a shape-changing alien blaster. When am I supposed to get that?
Anyone want this old shape-changing alien blaster?
Ah, Tiny. Thank you, yeah. Glad to see you could be of some use for a change.
Oh, that's no problem. Thank you. See you later.
All righty, goodbye. Bye-bye. Right, Mace. Nothing personal. Well, only slightly. No, filling up with pants.
Well, this is BBC Two. Apologies, we seem to have some problems with the Saturday show. We'll get back to it just as soon as we can. Apologies for the technical problems we're having here on BBC Two, which mean we've lost contact with the Saturday show just at the moment. We'll get back to it as soon as we can. Well, this is BBC Two. Our apologies, we're having some technical problems at the moment, but we'll be returning to the Saturday show just as soon as we can. Well, this is BBC Two, and we're very sorry. We're having some quite serious technical problems this morning, which mean we can't return to the Saturday show just at the moment. Please bear with us, and we will do so as soon as we can. Well, this is BBC Two. Again, apologies. We're not able to return to the Saturday show at the moment. In the meantime, here's an extra programme.
Oh, here it goes. You know, no more waiting for the bus.
Well, this is BBC Two, and we leave Keenan and Kel there because I'm pleased to say we've sorted out our technical problems, and we're now going back to the Saturday show.
The mix-up, we're having a few problems on BBC Two this morning. I think someone pulled the wrong plug, but we're back on track here on the Saturday show. It's time for Cubics!
Penalty as well, wasn't it? Little pause before he kicks it. Just what the game needed.
His ninth goal. His third. Played by Traore, finished on his seat. This is Smitsa. A bit at it. Didn't go too far.
Not sure if some any favours with that. Just can blast that.
He had one in. Even more so now.
Well, you're watching BBC One. I'm really sorry about this. As you can see, again, we're very sorry about all the interruptions to this programme.
I gather it's welcome back. I'm sorry we lost you for the last 5 minutes or so. There's been no increase in the score. Liverpool leading by a goal to nil.
Hello and good morning. It's Tuesday on BBC Two, and we start the day with CBBC.
Good morning, you're watching CBBC 2 with Sophie and Mohini. As the toast says, it's Tuesday.
It sure is, and we've got lots on the way, including Jake is at 6:25 and Piggly is taking a test.
But in the end, we had a sensational derby in terms of the finish. A really exciting race,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
To watch, it was great.
And a wonderful weekend of sport as well for the BBC, where we got a pretty
Well, I'm sorry we seem to have lost our coverage of the derby. Do stay with us here on BBC One, and we'll hopefully return to Clare boarding as soon as we can.
Well, we apologise at home. We seem to have lost a connection between here at Epsom and London. I know that we've been away for a minute or two, but we're shortly going to go off air. Just going back over some of the things that happened in one of the most eventful derbies that any of us can ever remember.
And until we have a projected national share of the vote, I think it's very hard to say exactly how people should feel about this. But if I were a Tory, I would feel...
has been setting out his vision for the future of the country. As his new government has sworn in, Ehud Olmert said he wanted to ensure that Jews remain a majority in Israel, and he planned to do that by setting significantly different borders with its neighbours. The Palestinians said the new government's plans show it is not interested in peace.
Hidden behind the gaggle.
And that's it from BBC Two for this evening. So it just remains for me, Manju Mali, on behalf of everyone here on BBC Two, to wish you a very Merry Christmas, and we do hope you'll join us again tomorrow.
Latif. Well, I'm really sorry about that. As I'm sure you can hear, we've got some problems with the sound on the news at the moment. We'll do everything we can to correct the problem and bring you the news as normal as soon as possible.
Some great secrets.
Yeah, this is completely crazy.
Sorry again. We thought we'd had the problem rectified there, but unfortunately problems are continuing. We've got problems with the sound on the news, so for the moment we can play some music while we're trying to correct them.
Good evening. Teachers, doctors, midwives and care workers are among the foreigners who will find it more difficult to find employment in Britain in future. Ministers are likely to accept recommendations from the Migration Advisory Committee, identifying the occupations where Britain is short of skills and where it isn't. Senior nurses and quantity surveyors are among those who will find it easier to come here. The changes will apply to workers from outside the European Union.
30 nights, 1,500 miles cycling around Britain.
Well, really sorry about this. Clearly having some problems with something for the weekend at the moment. Let us sort that out, and hopefully we'll return to the programme in just a few seconds. In the meantime, here's some music. Unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment here on BBC Two. We're doing all we can to correct the fault, and hopefully we'll get back to something for the weekend very soon. Please stay there. Well, if you're wondering what's happened to something for the weekend, you haven't missed it. We've got a technical glitch at the moment here on BBC Two, preventing us from showing that to you at the moment. Hopefully, we'll have some good news from our engineers very soon. Stay there. Once again, really sorry, but we're having some technical problems here on BBC Two. We're still hoping to have it fixed for you very, very soon. We shall be returning to something for the weekend in the next few moments. Well, sorry about this, but as you can see, we're currently suffering from a technical problem here on BBC Two. Our engineers are working on it now, and we're hoping to rejoin something for the weekend in the next few moments. Once again, really sorry, but our technical problems continue for the moment here on BBC Two. Nothing to do with the clocks going forward. I'm pleased to say we should hopefully get back to something for the weekend in just a few seconds' time. Please stay with us. Well, it's one of those rare moments when technical problems mean we're unable to show you something for the weekend at the moment. I know it's a pain. We are doing everything we can to get back to the programme. In the meantime, put the kettle on, and hopefully we're back in just a few minutes' time. Good morning, this is BBC Two. We are sorry for the break in something for the weekend. We are doing our best to correct the fault, and fingers crossed we will be getting back to the team very, very soon. Again, our apologies for the technical problems here on BBC Two. Thanks for bearing with us. Some good news now. We can now return to something for the weekend in just 1 second.
Yes, they got one in Japan actually.
There you go.
They got a club where there's just vending machines, there's no bartenders.
But you can say
excuse me, Dave. I think we lost our viewers for a while, and they're back with us now. I tell you what you've missed is unbelievable, isn't it?
Absolutely. When I was wearing your clothes, and you were wearing mine.
Woo! Where did that girl come from?
I don't know. It was just incredible.
Unbelievable.
Really.
Through it. Everyone's asking what happened when we fell off air. We did just carry on.
Yes, we
did. Do you just carry on or not?
Yeah.
And we did
I imagine they'll be able to check that out on
We did change
iPlayer.
clothes.
Yeah, iPlayer.
See that
Yeah,
it was all
so
there.
there you go.
Yeah.
But it would be funny if we knew that it had happened and we actually just stopped and just stood still.
Like in one space, yeah.
Yeah, and they're back with us and we started again.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
And do we say,
Talk
do
through
we
the
say,
food.
Okay.
Do we say grace before meals?
I personally don't, but you can if you want.
Well, the chef could.
Feel free. So Amanda and I have got the dark...
In play, Tom, but Mark Warren, who's been going along.
Well, I'm really sorry. Clearly we're having some problems with the pictures and sound there. Let us sort that out. Hopefully we'll return to the golf in just a few minutes here on BBC One. Well, unfortunately, we're having some problems at the moment here on BBC One with the golf. We're doing all we can to correct the fault. Hopefully, we'll be back to that action very soon.
BBC One viewers to the news channel. Just in time for me to hand to Nick Miller to bring us up to date on the weather prospects.
Andrew Mackay.
On the press...
Coming back with? Okay. Hello and welcome back to Wentworth. Lovely to see you again. Terribly sorry about our picture problems. This was due to a massive power failure. We've got two generators here. One went down. We were operating on one for a while and then that went as well. So Lord only knows what we're operating on now. I think someone stuck a couple of wires together, so keep your fingers crossed for us. We'll endeavour to have continuous coverage until the end of the third round. You haven't missed too much out there. Not much has happened since you left.
Bad news again for David.
Well, once again, I'm afraid we've lost the team over at Wentworth. Again, we will try our very best to get back to them here on BBC One just as soon as we can. Our apologies. If you've just joined us, this is BBC One. We have had some problems with the golf coverage already this afternoon. As Gary said earlier, they were having some problems with the power, and it looks like their other generators now packed in as well. So until we hear from the team over at Wentworth, I'm afraid the music will continue, and I'll keep you up to date as soon as I'm told. Again, really sorry. I'm afraid we've done all we can, but we're not going to be able to rejoin the golf again, so instead we'll join BBC News.
Thank you very much, Deb Pallett.
See you guys very, very soon. Bye.
I'm here at BBC headquarters where Tracy Beaker is reported to have taken control of CBBC. She sneaked into the building, grabbed all the best episodes of her own show and then locked herself in the control.
Well, we're sorry, we're having a few problems, technical problems here on BBC One at the moment. Many apologies for that. 10 minutes past 5 now, the weakest link on the way at 5:15. Let me just tell you about some of the programmes later on this evening. Adrian and Christine here with a warm welcome for the One Show at 7. EastEnders follows at 7:30 and Ian's happiness doesn't last long. There's also a Christmas dilemma for Billy and the Mitchells find ways to raise money. Holby City follows at 8, and when Judith's son is admitted to Holby City, there are unexpected emotional complications for her and her estranged husband. And the drama continues at 9 with more mysterious images of crimes yet to be committed, an overwhelming number of clues and a race against time in Paradox, taking us towards the news at 10 and Imagine at 10:35 with Placido Domingo. And those are just some of the programmes later on this evening here on BBC One. Stay with us. The Weakest Link coming up shortly. Once again, our apologies for the problems we're having here on BBC One at the moment. CBBC on the CBBC channel with the story of Tracy Beaker over there at the moment. Inside Life follows at 20 past 5, and then Bear behaving badly at 10 to 6. That's over on the CBBC channel. And here on BBC One, stay with us shortly for The Weakest Link. So stay with us here on BBC One. The Weakest Link coming up very shortly. Over on BBC Two, it's Escape to the Country. So once again, many apologies for the problems we're having here on BBC One just at the moment. But stay with us very shortly. The Weakest Link coming up. So now on BBC One, it's time to join Anne Robinson and The Weakest Link.
Here are the 9 contestants preparing for today's show. Only one of them will win up to £10,000.
For your daily dose of The Weakest Link, head over to BBC One now. A hunt for something just a little bit more manageable in Escape to the Country next here on BBC Two. And then after that at 6, a dose of rather familiar faces in Celebrity Eggheads.
This is a bit themed of...
Well, we're having a little look at the highlights this Tuesday evening here on BBC Two. And there's a new series of One Man and His Dog. These first 2 episodes at 7 and 7:30 feature the rising stars, followed by the seasoned professionals, with Kate Humble presenting. The effects of 19th century industrialisation and the impact of the writings of Sir Walter Scott in Neil Oliver's A History of Scotland at 8. And then the second part of businessman Jerry Robinson's latest mission at 9. To improve life in care homes for people with dementia. In this programme, a tough challenge and a surprising conclusion. And then next, Miranda, rather taken by the idea of a mystery man in her life. A change for a mood of comedy at 10. That's all tonight here on BBC Two. Well, hopefully in a few moments we will have Escape to the Country. Having a few troubles here on BBC Two. Do bear with us and we'll try and get back to it just as soon as possible. Well, hopefully now on BBC Two we'll be able to join Escape to the Country with Jules Oliver, Mr. Popular. I wonder why. Well, I'm terribly sorry, we do seem to be having some trouble getting to Escape to the Country. Do bear with us and we'll get to it just as soon as possible. This is BBC Two. I'm sorry, we're having a few troubles at the moment. Do bear with us and we'll try and get back to Escape to the Country just as soon as possible. Well, hopefully now, fingers crossed, we can join Escape to the Country now on BBC Two.
This is BBC Two. We hope to return to the darts coverage just as soon as possible. Very sorry for the problems we're having with our programme this afternoon. Well, I'm pleased to say we can now return to our coverage of the Darts World Championships, and it's back now to Colin Murray.
If you're watching, Mum, I promise you, I didn't touch anything. I know you won't believe me, but I didn't. Sorry about that little break in transmission. We're having the highlights of 12 first-round games here at the 2010 BDO World Championships from the Lakeside, and we're going to rejoin Van de Wiel against John Boy Walsh.
You've been watching a BBC News special as British airspace has shut down for the first time since 9/11 because of this huge volcanic ash cloud from Iceland. There'll be continuing coverage over on the BBC News channel, including all the latest on those travel disruptions from the main airports across the UK. Here's a look at the morning's events again.
Couple more days fishing, but we're going to be late into Melbourne. But better that than crashing, I suppose.
We know nothing. Just told the airport's closed, go home and go on the internet.
It's sad because we've got 2 young children to look after, but if it means safety, then it's fine.
Well, I'm sorry we seem to be having a few problems here on BBC One. We should be back with Bargain Hunt very soon. A quick look ahead to Thursday night here on BBC One. Saeed and Christian's relationship takes another twist in EastEnders at 7:30. Nick Knowles and his motley crew get stuck into work on a building site in Chessington that's been home to a family. US is at 8. Paul Merton's at the helm of Have I Got News For You at 9. And then the game of chess gets a revamp as Ben brings his own unique twist in Outnumbered. That's at 9:30. Thursday night highlights here on BBC One a bit later on. Well, I'm pleased to say that we seem to have resumed our technical difficulties and we can now get to Bargain Hunt here on BBC One.
It's such an enormous fair today that my series producer has promised me a very special...
Good to see you. I'm Nicky Campbell. Welcome to the big questions. Derek Bird was authorised to own the shotgun and rifle he used to kill 12 people and injure 11 more. Our first big question this Sunday morning: should Britain ban guns? This campaigner says if we can ban fox hunting, we can ban guns. The World Cup kicks off on Friday. More than 26 billion people, mainly men, are expected to watch it across the globe. Our next big question: has football become more important than religion? England's most capped player Peter Shilton says it brings more people together than any faith. And as the Irish ship Rachel Corrie becomes the latest to be prevented by the Israeli army from bringing humanitarian aid to Gaza, our last big question: is Israel acting immorally? We're in Leicester, delighted to be back at Samworth Enterprise Academy with a truly multicultural audience. And sitting on our panel this morning, 4 panellists for you. England's former goalkeeper Peter Shilton, from Mill Hill Synagogue Rabbi Yitzhak Shokit, the Leicester Imam Sheikh Ibrahim Mogra, and from the General Synod of the Church of England, Christina Rees. The United Kingdom may have the tightest gun regulations in Europe, but there are still over 2 million guns in private hands. Now, just 2 such guns caused carnage in Cumbria this week. Should Britain ban guns? Well, Graham Showell, you think that the gun laws in this country are far too strict.
Absolutely. I run the website at the moment that's called Britain Needs Guns, and I actually feel that there's quite a compelling case to relax them. I think if just one other person in Cumbria had been armed, maybe he could have been stopped sooner. We can arm the police, but they weren't there, and he was running around for 3 hours, running people down before they could even find him.
Some people will think this is an extraordinary assertion. You almost seem to be saying that the more guns we have in society, the safer we will be.
Well, actually, research in the US has shown that gun sales have increased a lot over the past 20 years, yet burglary, murder, robbery, all those rates have plummeted.
There was a Harvard study saying the more guns there are in any society, the more homicides there are. But listen,
I will say one thing to that, Nicky.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you can legislate against someone flipping out. In March of this year, a man in China went berserk, right, attacked his employer, went out and wounded a dozen people, killed 12 people. He did this using a bus.
Yeah.
Should we legislate now against public transport?
Right.
It's impractical. You can't legislate against somebody flipping out.
You can't compare public transport to life. Yeah. And 60 people have died in London alone to gun crime this year. So how can you compare life?
How many of
transport?
those? How many of
ban
those?
all firearms except for to the police and to the troops. All firearms should be banned, and it will happen. Believe me, it will happen. It will happen. All firearms need to be banned. Cumbria was just a wake-up call. Can I finish, please?
In a minute, Lucy, I will come back to you in a second. Let Graham finish his point, because I want to make the point that on your website you say, and it's back to the personal safety point, on your website you say, you ask the question, wouldn't you feel safer with a gun? And you yourself, you would like, currently you cannot because of the law, but you would like to own a handgun. Why?
Well, you can't if you're a law-abiding citizen.
But you would like that law to be overturned.
If you're a criminal, you get a few £100s of illegal drugs money and go down the nearest pub. People like me are defenceless. We're left at the mercy of armed violent
You're not
criminals.
defenceless at all. You said yourself on radio this week you would shoot somebody in the face if they break into your house. Am I correct?
I said that if my life was threatened and somebody entered my property,
You can use reasonable
I would defend
force.
myself.
A firearm is a licence to kill.
Yeah,
A licence to kill. And we need to take that licence to kill away, and we will do it. We will take this licence away to kill. We will ban all firearms in the UK, except for to our troops and to our police force. Well, Basque and all the shooting ranges and any but farmers. No, it's going to go.
Lucy, just to say, hang on, Graham. Just to say, you lost your son.
My son
Damien.
was shot in 2002, but.
Well, our apologies for this interruption to the big questions. We hope to return to the debate very soon.
So I went ahead with it, naively not known as about 60 or 70 sister guns that go side by side. So I agreed to the ban on the Brocock, not realising there's thousands of them out there. When these bullets are entered into the gun and they hit the victim, there's a point of entry, there is no point of exit. An imitation firearm is a lethal weapon of mass destruction.
Nikki,
OK, listen, we were off air for about 20 seconds, and apologies to people watching at home, but you want this... It's not your fault.
I don't want, I won't get.
Well, again, our apologies for this further interruption to the big questions. We are looking into the fault, and we will return to the debate just as soon as we possibly can.
Technology.
Well, unfortunately, we're not able to return to the big questions at the moment. We're having this intermittent fault, so what we will do is go to some music for the moment until we can return to them. Well, good news. We can now return to Nikki Campbell and the big questions.
Legal or illegal, and then can go and do the job.
So just to reiterate, no reason to have a gun?
No reason whatsoever.
Nikki, I think we have to look at this coolly. Obviously, if you've had a member of your family killed with a firearm, it's an awful thing and you're going to have a particular reaction to it. But more than 1 million people in this country use guns, not just for sport. We're very good at sport. We've won international.
Well, again, this is very frustrating, and I'm very sorry about this for the interruption to the big questions, and I've been told we can now return to them, so fingers crossed we will, and it'll be the last time.
The Harry Roberts murders led to the 1968 Act. Hungerford led to the banning of full-bore assault rifles. Dunblane led to the banning, most publicised perhaps, of civilian handguns.
So we need guns in our
And yet,
society.
let me just make this final point. After the Dunblane legislation, we're still seeing handgun homicide, handgun crime. Last year, there were 4,000 handgun crimes, despite that legislation banning civilian handguns. Our situation is entirely different to the one in America.
There are so many mixed messages given out. Having a license is giving a message to the grassroots people that it's okay to own a gun. Right? And the thing is, those young people will never be able to apply for a license or get a license, so they are going to carry. So until there is not a total ban and license taken away...
This is not draconian.
We will never be able to clean the streets.
I understand your point, but I think what you're suggesting would lead to a police state. Moreover, I think there are other problems. I think there are problems of social alienation. I think there's problems of violence in the media. After Dunblane, I looked at the top 10 rental videos. Lord Cullen was very interested in this. He came back to me and asked me to develop the point. The average video had 13 firearms killings in it. I think that's a terrible thing. And I think a lot of the...
Then it's a different ball game.
Connor,
the streets would be getting cleaner quicker.
Is this not an absolute draconian knee-jerk reaction when lots of... I mean, hundreds of thousands of people have guns.
So that's how we legislate. That's why we all fly in different planes, and you have to hear that boring safety announcement at the beginning. That's for the exception, but that's how we rule. Rules are for that. I was interested to hear about the police state. Who cares? Our police don't have any guns. You know, a police state, it's so strange in a country.
Our police do have guns.
You know, only certain sections,
far
only
more
at certain
than you might
times.
imagine.
But the general bobby on the street, I mean, this is our culture, don't actually bear arms. But we expect our citizens to. It seems so strange. And also, regarding farmers, fair enough if they have to use guns. I don't know the technology argument, but why do they have to keep them at home?
Well, firstly, let's address your point about the police.
The notion about the bus, that argument that you can use something domestic rather than a rifle to kill someone. That logic is...
But let's just get the facts straight.
Okay, so let's get that one very key point there. Why should these guns, this is what that side of the argument say, Graham Shaw, why should these guns be kept at home?
You have to trust people. You can't turn the country into a big nanny state where people are... Can I say something to this lady? Right?
You have to trust people, is an interesting point.
I would like to ask this. What makes you think that someone who's willing to commit murder is going to care about a piece of paper that says they cannot own it?
David's just proved that. They've just had a massacre. Somebody had a licence to hold firearms.
I've just told you about the gentleman in China that used the bus.
Let's see what the audience is. Gentleman back there.
Breakdown.
Good morning to you.
It's not about the gun. It's about the person who's holding the gun.
Yeah. Absolutely,
and if that person wants to kill...
Hang on,
let this gentleman finish and then... If that person wants to kill someone, he could use a knife. Are we going to ban knives now? How are we going to cut our bread?
Yeah. He wouldn't have killed 12 people, though.
There's a reason for a car...
He could use a car.
Yeah. There's a reason for a car... There's no... and fire and eliminate. There's no other reason for a gun.
Okay, Rabbi Shockett and Christina in a minute. Yes, sir, you've had your hand up for a while. Go on.
I think it's ridiculous. You sit there and you compare a gun to a bus, a mode of transport. A gun's there and designed to inflict damage to people and to harm people.
From a very early age. But she was faced with mountain lions and rattlesnakes, and the last time I checked, I didn't see many of those in England. I do agree we have some of the most rigorous gun laws, but I think the Prime Minister is right. No knee-jerk reaction, but maybe out of control. 90% of the population own it. It's absolutely appalling. Do you know that there are 10,000 accidental deaths from gunshot wounds alone in the States? If you own a gun, you are 26 more times likely to die from a gun. Guns are not neutral things. I'm sorry.
But what about What about people who do target practice or shoot vermin? The law-abiding vast majority.
The reality is that you're always going to have someone who's going to flip out, and if he's not going to have a gun, he will have a machete or something else. I grant you he will not have the ability to then go off and kill 13 people, but it's not a numbers game. He'll still kill 2, 3, maybe more. My big concern is, like everything else, if you ban something, you just essentially force it underground. And someone who's going to have that flip-out moment is going to try and obtain a gun anyway in order to be able to carry out the rampage that he did. I'm not sure banning really is the answer. I think we have to be more innovative in regard to the tighter controls that we have.
And
that would include even assessing people annually if necessary, just to see where their state of mind is at, etc., to determine. And if it's necessary, you take it away.
Can I just say something at this point? We've had lots of breaks in our transmission, and apologies at home if it's ruining your enjoyment of this morning's big question. But I think we've sorted it out, so bear with us. Graham, you wanted to come back on that point from Rabbi Shockett, or was it Christina's point?
Yeah, well, I was talking more that this lady mentioned about mountain lions, and there are a group of people in society, the elderly, the weak, the disabled, that have no means whatsoever of self-defence.
So you think they should have guns?
Would a gun be of comfort to the 89-year-old woman in Manchester that was raped by a burglar in her own home, in her own bed?
It would have been used against
Okay, let's pick up that point. Wait a minute, everyone.
She should have a panic alarm.
Lady back there. Lady back there, in the back row.
I can't believe what you're saying. Are you real? Are you saying...
Are you saying put a gun in a pensioner's hand? And another thing, having a licence doesn't make you more trustworthy than the kid in the street holding the gun. There's no difference.
Yeah. Nikki, let's...
This man, Derek, but how come he had a licence? Why weren't there updating checks by the medical people and proper communication with the police force about his current mental stability?
There may well have been failures in his case. They've got a right to consider the guns, they've got the right to look at the law and see if it could be improved. In my own opinion, we have very little gun crime in this country. Roughly speaking, about 50 homicides a year. Sometimes it changes, compared to more than 10,000 in the States. I think our system...
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you... Wait, please. Incidents like this seem to... saw this week. Is that the price we just have to pay for people's freedom?
10 or 15 years.
Yes.
If you look to countries like Germany, Finland, Australia, they've had their incidents too. Now, there is the question of the rights.
Is it just inevitable that it will happen when there are guns?
With legal
or
illegal weapons. Most expert opinion believes that there's as many illegal weapons in this country as legally owned ones. And finally, let me just make this final point. You must consider the rights of 1 million plus honest people who shoot for sport, who've brought honour to this country in the Olympics and other international competition, and the needs of farmers. You can't poison rabbits. You have to use... You're wrong, Lucy. You have to use firearms in the country.
You have to use firearms in the country. Peter Shilton, we heard that. You have to use firearms in the country. You can hear there's a little bit of disagreement.
There's no point in being
slightly, yes.
Peter.
How are you going to ban guns? Because at the end of the day, it's part... Can I just...
Yeah,
thank you. It's part of our life, whether we're using it with our soldiers in the world. Guns are part of the world, whatever reason they're used for, and mostly for, obviously, the armed forces.
Well, there is an argument... Some people fought, Peter, for banning them in private hands.
What I'm saying is, I mean, obviously, you can't legislate for something that happened the other day. I mean, one person particularly flips, and the stuff that goes on in TV these days, you know, it kind of encourages that sort of behaviour if you're that mentally that way. What I'm saying is, how do you ban the gun? Because even if you get the legislation stricter than what it is now, people in crime, they'll get guns from anywhere.
OK, how do you ban it? Let's pick this question.
And, all right, you may have the legislation, but you're still not going to stop somebody getting a hold of a gun.
I hear your argument, and I understand the devastation in Cumbria, but just before Cumbria, a young black male in Peckham, in the heart of Peckham where I live, where gun crime is rife, was shot in the head. Firearm.
No.
It was from an Uzi submachine gun.
That wasn't it.
Any firearm, whether it's in your shooting range or in your
but you must get your facts right. This is very simple.
Everybody who owns a gun.
Tony Greenstein wants to come in here.
The problem with this discussion is that guns don't fire themselves. So in the United States, you have a lot of gun crime. In Norway, which has more guns per head of population, you have very little gun crime.
Why is that?
That's why. Because the kind of society in Norway is so totally different from the United States. It's a violent society.
Well, we are so sorry about this very persistent fault which is bugging the big questions this morning. Very frustrating for you, we can appreciate, and I can assure you we're doing all we possibly can here to rectify the problem. Thank you for bearing with us.
Rabbi Shockett, we're over here.
I agree with the gentleman, because, I mean, if you look at Canada, which is a country just next to the USA, and you see the number of crime committed by those that possess guns is more and more significant than the one in Canada. So, that reinforces the point of culture. It's about culture.
You're from Canada, aren't you?
I'm from Canada, indeed, and that's very much... what you're saying is absolutely correct. The bottom line is, if everyone who owns a gun and that does mean more resource from the government, would be properly assessed every 6 months, you would have found out that this guy has an issue with the Inland Revenue. You would have found out that this guy has a feud in his family. If you would have assessed him, you'd have known, well, maybe now is the time to take the guns away from him for a period of time.
It says on the legislation, intemperate habits. That's the phrase used. And maybe there need to be better lines of communication.
And that has to be thoroughly defined in order to be able to prevent something like this.
One of the practical problems at the moment is there's so much bureaucracy because all the legislation that we've got has been reactive, that the police inquiries officers involved in assessing people don't have enough time to get them and make sure we've got the best legislation we possibly could have, and it could be better.
Graham, last word.
Yeah, my question is to this lady here. She's failed to explain exactly how a gun ban would work. Crime involving firearms has increased as the legislation's been tightened.
Well, I'd be frightened if you had a gun. I'd be frightened of you.
Can you please...
Because you fire it.
Could you
said it yourself.
And let me finish. Could you please explain to me why Switzerland is so much safer than Mexico?
I'm worried about this country. I'm worried about the country that I live in.
How to explain how a gun ban works.
I'd be scared of you because I've heard you on radio and you said if someone broke into your house, you would shoot to kill.
I would defend myself if my life was threatened.
But why do we have to go down that route?
In just a second, just give us a brief thought on this.
I think guns should be banned. I think our legislation... undergo a re-educating program.
What about people who shoot for a hobby? What about people who shoot for a hobby?
They should go to the club. Shooting club. Farmers can use... We do not need people to do these things for themselves.
It's well-meaning, but it's impractical.
I'm against the mob rule to suggest that somebody in Cumbria, if they had another firearm, they could have sorted it out. That is mob rule. And we should stop being worried about driving things underground. We seem to be saying every time we legislate something, we'll push things underground. That is what our law enforcing authorities are there for.
Sorry again for the interruptions in the broadcast, but you can, I think you're back with us now. You can join in that debate by logging on to BBC. And you can tell us what you think about all of those debates, the ones we've just had and the one coming up. Now, with the World Cup starting is breaking out across the planet. In England, St George is everywhere, and we're going to see a lot more of that on cars, houses and clothing, and daubed on faces. There's even a website called Wayne Rooney equals God. Has football become more important than religion? Dr. Conor Cunningham, there are parallels, aren't there?
There certainly are parallels. I mean, I think in one sense you could say that football's far more important than religion. Certainly for those who don't go to church and go to football matches. So it's a social activity which is more important for some people than it is for others. And there's certainly, football definitely displays or shows trappings of religion. Mm-hmm. There's the cult of football.
Shrines?
Shrines, cathedrals, Alex Ferguson as Pope, messiahs,
what
Rooney,
about
Rooney, Messi.
Eternal hope, or is that hope of eternity? Are they different things?
I think they're different things, and this is the danger, because if football is to be more important than religion, where it's simply a display of an eternal hope, there's a danger because anything could fulfill that. If you think about it, if it's going to replace religion or an alternative to religion, National Socialism was a pretty good alternative to religion. It gave people an eternal hope. It gave people identity. Mm-hmm. It gave people a purpose. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to empty religion or that which would replace it, render it without content, irreducible content. Otherwise, it's complete relativism. And stamp collecting. Well, yes, but in being so, I suppose one could be facetious and say then when they die, they'll get the ultimate red card. In that sense. And one hears this big narrative in the papers about the decline in church attendance and so forth, and one could be vulgar and reply that, of course, more people still go to church than go to football matches. But everything's declined. Library card ownership, political parties membership, everything's declined. We're apathetic. We sit at home and watch Sky TV. Of course, not BBC.
So there's a sense of communion in football.
Well, yeah, there's a sense of community, a sense of identity. Immediate as well. You get to have the victory that day. There's no delayed gratification, well, I suppose with some teams there are in their position in the league, but largely speaking, it's an immediate thing. You're there with your comrades, you have a sense of purpose, you wear the same uniform, go through the same rituals, and you know who the enemy is.
And Christina Rees, for some people, of course, if their football team loses on a Saturday, it defines...
Devastated.
It's truly devastated.
I mean, Connor's right.
Truly
There are certain similarities and certain analogy to faith and religion. But of course religion is far more important than football because, this program's called The Big Questions. What football doesn't even pretend to answer are the meaning and purpose of life, why we're here, what's it all about.
Well, you say that. Well, you say that.
No, it's true. It's absolutely true, Nick. And the thing is also true, if faith deals with the absolute questions of why we're here, life, the universe, and everything. Football can be absolutely wonderful.
If England wins the World Cup, though, there will be a coming together of people in England, not necessarily all of these islands, but in England, that no religion...
Cancer on the Tuesday. It's going to fade away.
Yeah. I mean, exactly.
I mean, the big question
what is really
what
important?
What is cancer? What is poverty?
Those are the questions that faith answers. But okay, World Cup fever apart, the largest constituency in this country is members of the Church of England. And more people do go, still, even with dwindling memberships to all organisations,
but we
go
don't
to church.
Buy Sky dishes to watch services.
You know what? And I think it's fantastic, and I wish religion could learn from the enthusiasm and bonding that sport can do.
Yeah, lady there, good morning.
There is a very big difference, good morning. England can and most probably will lose, because they seem to have a tradition of losing, but God doesn't. My God.
To society, and I think, I wouldn't say I'm a totally religious person, but I've got faith and I do believe in things, and I think the average person, and obviously if once you get in trouble in your life or something goes wrong, we all say a prayer, don't we? And I think that's a faith that we all have, whether we take it to the degrees of a lot of people do religiously. And the one thing about religion is there's so many different faiths. And there's so many different faiths who have differing views, and those differing views sometimes conflict to the point of creating war to a certain degree.
Same with football, though. Same with football.
Yeah. Can I finish? So, religion is supposed to be for the good of everybody, but in a lot of cases, it's causing more. Not life and death, but it has a big part to play in society. I mean, we've got the World Cup coming up. We've got every country in the world not taking players play. They want to see who's going to win it. But the common denominator is that everybody's pulling together and everybody's interested. Now, on a purely family basis, you've got, for example, I know families who it is more important than religion because they don't really understand religion, but they have got this common denominator. The mother will go and watch it, and father will go and watch the son on a Saturday.
And on that point, what are we missing? What are we missing that gives people this sense of communion in football? Do you understand that? Because you're an FA coach, aren't you? FA referee, and a massive football fan, and a Christian.
I head up Christians in football.
Yeah.
And to me, it's now my two religions combining.
So you acknowledge it is a religion.
Well, before I found faith here in Leicester 40 years ago, sport was my religion. And, that's what I was brought up to be, and I was brought up in a sporting family. And when I found at 18, when I found Christ really took his rightful place as head of religion in my life, but he didn't put aside my other interests.
The cross came into your life, you know.
The cross came in.
Peter was always brilliant with crosses as well, we have to say.
Peter's a great sailor, but Jesus probably is better. One thing I want to quote is I read an article by Bobby Charlton, who is one of my heroes, apart from Peter, of course, and he said very recently that we're all here for a purpose. He said, but if football was my own purpose, I'd be sunk. He recognised that football on its own isn't the greatest purpose in life. And I would agree with him. It's part of my purpose, and I love and I immerse myself in football. But when I found Christ, I found that was the main reason for living. And to combine the two together, and I should be supporting England and we'll be rooting for
football is interest, hobby, and enjoyment, you know, and it can be your livelihood as well. You can't compare the two.
But
and the thing is, I mean, I'm not a football fanatic, my two sons are, but when they're watching, I get into it. I do enjoy that, you know, but it's got to be kept in a certain perspective. But you can't say football can be religion. It is a separate, separate connotation. When you haven't got football, then, you know, what have you got?
It does stimulate our unity. If we probably remember the remarkable initiative of Nelson Mandela unifying.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop it there because of technical problems. I am so sorry. We're going to have to come off the air, but thank you very much for watching the Big Questions this morning, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Place. Here's Escape to the Country.
People, James, does it?
Well, Escape to the Country was shown in place of today's live edition of The Big Questions following the technical problems we experienced during the programme, and our apologies again for not being able to show the full programme. Next on BBC One, a country tracks adventure in the East Riding of Yorkshire.
I don't think it should be legalised, but I do think it should be decriminalised. I think the problem we have right now is a lot of crime is generated by drugs. 40% of our prisoners, I think, are in there on drug-related crimes. Prostitution, street robbing, it's all, most of that relates back to drugs. And that's the key point. I mean, I'm with Benjamin. Since this is a day of confessions, I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke, and I've never done drugs, and I don't like drugs. But that doesn't mean we close, and I would agree with that, and they're reprehensible, dangerous things that can destroy lives. But you can't put your head in the sand and pretend people aren't doing drugs. And therefore, how do you cope with it? The current policy isn't working. The so-called war on drugs is as unwinnable as the war on Afghanistan.
And you can't keep saying my drugs are bad and my drugs are all right.
No, there's also the criminal element to it. I mean, just to quote you from a recent UN report, and this is worth sort of listening to. Organised crime has turned into one of the world's foremost economic and unarmed powers, threatening peace, development, governments and stability. I mean, it's absolutely massive.
Yes, it is, but be very careful with this. Again, it's a problem of language. Actually, it's a wonderful oxymoron. It's like the American Secret Services. In some ways, they're the most unsecret thing you could ever come across.
I'm very sorry, we do seem to be having some problems with the Big Questions, but we do hope to resume programming very soon. Do stay with us. Well, do stay with us here on BBC One. We're having a few problems in Birmingham with the big questions, but hopefully we should be able to return very soon. Well, I'm pleased to say we have resumed programming here on BBC One, and we can now go back to the big questions.
Working then in terms of...
You obviously have those qualities as well, don't you? You do.
Well, you know, maybe my cooking could could brush up a little bit. I think that's our fire alarm.
Wow.
Okay. Or maybe that's
right
not
then.
talking
We'll link to a VT just in case.
Well, listen, while we've got this fire alarm, I've got a very odd question for you. What do you get if you cross cows and bats?
Cows and bats?
Yeah.
Battle.
Okay. No. What you get is very happy bats. We're going to pop out.
Yeah.
You watch
Hopefully
this
we'll see you in a little while.
Okay.
We don't often think of domesticated animals as having and how that can benefit seriously endangered animals like the greater horseshoe bat.
We're leaving the One Show there for now on BBC One, and we're trying to correct the fault. We'll be back as soon as we can. We've left the One Show there for now on BBC One. Now, in the meantime, here's a little something extra. Well, apologies for the loss of the One Show, but we're back on track here on BBC One with Rip Off Britain next.
This is an attempt,
as ever, online. Good night.
This is BBC One. Now, a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party. Well, I'm sorry about this. We're having a problem with the sound on this party election broadcast. We'll see if we can fix the fault. Do bear with us. We have a technical problem at the moment here on BBC One. In a moment, we'll bring you tonight's party election broadcast by the Conservative Party. I'm sorry about this. Do be patient. We do have our party election broadcast coming up in just a moment. We have a slight problem at the moment that meant that just now we couldn't hear any sound on it. We're doing what we can to fix the fault. In the meantime, I'll play some music.
easier. Council tax has been frozen to help with families.
Well, I'm really sorry about this here on BBC One. We've got quite a problem with our sound at the moment. So that's why we've been silent for the last minute or so now. We have a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party coming up just as soon as we've fixed our fault. But in the meantime, we will continue with some music. Well, I'm really sorry about this. We're having quite some trouble here at the moment restoring what you should be seeing on BBC One, which is a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party. We're doing everything we can to fix our problems at the moment. They were to do with the sound, so we're doing what we can, and we'll bring you the party election broadcast any moment now. Well, once again, I'm really sorry for those problems that we had. I'm glad to say, though, that we now have fixed them. Well, I'm really sorry that, unfortunately, for the last few minutes, we've had some real computer problems, some technical problems here on BBC One that affected the start there of our party election broadcast by the Conservative Party. In a moment, our next programme is See You in Court, but in the meantime, all I can do is just play some music, and do please bear with us. Right, well, finally some good news. I'm really sorry about that. That went on forever, didn't it? But we finally... At least I think we have. No, we have, definitely now. And it's time for See You in Court, later than planned, and with some strong language. Well, I'm sorry that See You in Court started later than planned tonight. It was delayed by some technical problems that occurred beforehand.
Pole position, Mercedes rather powered pole position, but for Mercedes as a team, their first pole, as I say, since... It's nice to...
Well, I'm sorry, we're having a slight technical problem with our Formula One coverage. Do stay with us on BBC Two, and we'll try to get it back on air as soon as possible. This is BBC Two. Many apologies. We're having a technical issue with our coverage of the Formula One Chinese Grand Prix qualifying. Do stay with us, and hopefully we'll get it back on air as soon as we can. Well, once again, many apologies from us here on BBC Two. We're having a slight technical issue with our coverage of the Formula One. We are working on it and hoping to get the coverage back up on air as soon as possible. This is BBC Two. Many apologies once again for the technical issue with our Formula One coverage. Good news now, we can now return to it.
5 places. Well, the drivers certainly enjoyed themselves out.
Yes, because very quickly, Garth, even in transition,
or when you are in transition, even the biggest clubs with the best managers have barren seasons.
Absolutely they do. But it's very difficult when you're as young as him and
No, but last week they beat Spurs 5-2, Garth.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Didn't notice.
Apparently, there have been a few problems with if you've been watching on BBC World, so apologies for that, but you are now back with us. You've only missed these two chatting. Now, Football League fans may have seen their teams scrolling across the screen, unless you've been watching on BBC World, in which case you missed that as well. But let's get confirmation, shall we, of all the scores, starting in the Championship with Mike West.
Looking when we got in. The emotional thinking of trying to the path. During the lucky.
Well, I'm very sorry about that. We're obviously having some problems with the rugby, and we'll get back to it as soon as we can. In fact, we can now go back straight away.
In the overall score, we did leave some out on the pitch, which is a shame.
I know the players don't necessarily know this, but you talk about World Cup seedings and beyond that. It's a big game against the Springboks.
We want to win every, and we've not got the result at the weekend. We really need to take this form into South Africa, and we need to get a result. Rugby is, for me and for everyone here, it's about winning, and that's what we want to do.
What do your family think about it? Because obviously weekend as well.
My dad being Dutch through and through, and having represented Holland 67 times and captaining, etc., you'd think that he would feel a little bit animosity, but he doesn't. He's really good about it. He loves it, and he understands the difference between this level of rugby and Holland sort of struggling in the 40th spot in the world. And I feel at home here now, and this is now sort of my home country, and he's actually really proud of me.
And here is Dad. How proud are you?
Very, very proud.
How was it last Sunday when you saw him score that try and give Scotland the lead?
I was just in the middle of the stand here, and just in front of my eyes he scored his opening try for Scotland. It was unbelievable. All over me and my wife. The rest of the fence from Holland, unbelievable.
You are the most capped player in the history of Dutch rugby.
Well, I'm really sorry about this. As you can see, we're obviously having some technical problems with the rugby this afternoon. Do bear with us while we try and fix things, and hopefully we'll be back to them in a moment. Well, once again, sorry for the problems we've had this afternoon with the rugby. We've hopefully now sorted out the fault and we can return to John Inverdale.
Hey, those were the days. Those were the days.
Players to get isolated, so we've got to complete our tackles, and as I say, it's a different challenge this week. These are guys that will be coming route one.
Is there a self-belief within that dressing room that this could be a big day for Scottish rugby? You can beat South Africa?
There's a great attitude from the players. You know, right from the first training session we had on Tuesday morning, the players have trained.
Well, I'm really sorry that once again we've lost our line to the rugby for the Scotland-South Africa game. We'll get on and try and fix the fault and be back with the game as soon as we can. This is BBC One, and if you've just switched on, I'm sorry that we're meant to be showing you the rugby union between Scotland and South Africa. At the moment, we have a few technical problems. We're doing our best to fix them, and we'll be back with the game as soon as we can. Once again, if you're looking forward to the rugby between Scotland and South Africa, I'm really sorry. We have a technical fault at the moment here on BBC One and we can't bring you the match. We are doing our very best to fix it. Do please be patient and we'll get on and fix the problem and be with the game as soon as we can. Okay, I think our patience has been rewarded now, and after what felt like a little while there without being able to show you the rugby, I'm glad to say we've fixed the fault and can now return to Scotland against South Africa and John Inverdale.
Both in offence and defence. An interesting point last week before the game against New Zealand. I don't know if Jerry Guscott was being deliberately kind of provocative, but Jerry believed last week that Scotland had to attack, almost had to be over-offensive against New Zealand to try and
you know, they'll go over the middle of 10 and 12 channel, you know, and then...
Oh dear, right, sorry, it's really not our day, is it? One bit of good news is that the game hasn't even kicked off. But anyway, so you haven't missed any play. Sorry about this. I'll play some music and we'll see what we can do about the rugby. OK, here we go again. We're trying once again to go back to the rugby at Murrayfield. Fingers crossed it will be OK this time. We'll rejoin John Inverdale.
You put them under pressure.
A couple of changes to your lineup, certainly in the midfield, De Jong coming in.
Heineke Meyer, the South African coach, must actually just apologise. I think we've had a few technical problems from BT Tower in London, so if you haven't been picking us up over the last 3 or 4 minutes, hopefully normal service has now been resumed, insofar as what we ever do is normal. No, De Villiers.
Hi.
The changing role of women under Queen Victoria. Simon Sharma continues A History of Britain next. Then we're climbing great buildings in an hour and one of the finest examples of Gothic architecture at Lincoln Cathedral. At 11:30 we're mapping Britain's canals with Mapman. All to come this morning on BBC Two.
Hello spring, the days are getting warmer. Swaying in the summer breeze.
The falling leaves.
Seasonal inspiration for a whole year in the garden.
And the sky is a hazy shade of winter.
Gardener's World, Friday at 8:30 on BBC Two.
Sorry about the problems we're having with this programme. We will try to be back with the history of Britain very soon. I'm sorry about the problems we're having on BBC Two. We're trying to return to the programme A History of Britain very soon. This is BBC Two, and we're now returning to programming and Simon Sharma's A History of Britain.
Catch up with recipes worthy of a celebration. Tom Kerridge's proper pub food's available now on the BBC iPlayer. Armed with a plot of land, a young couple have big plans for a unique interior. The house at 100k built's next. Then Dad Snow tells the story of a country blighted by colonialism and war. The history of Congo's here at 9 on BBC Two. Well, I'm sorry, we seem to be having a bit of a problem bringing you our next programme here on BBC Two. Please do stay with us. Well, I'm sure, as you can see, we're very sorry about this. We're having a bit of a problem bringing you our programming here on BBC Two for the moment. Our team's working hard to sort that out. So please do stay with us while we try and get back for you. You're, of course, watching BBC Two. Well, I'm very pleased to say it looks like we've got all our bits and pieces sorted here on BBC Two. So now We're going to let you enjoy a house at 100k built.
House prices are going through the roof, and with banks often refusing to lend, buying a home in the UK is an impossible dream for many of us.
And Ferrari's Fernando Alonso 10th after this spin.
It is beautiful to drive the track. It's nice and flowing. The car feels great this year. Still very tricky, you know, every time no matter what package you have, you always get to the limit, and then it's trying to balance that limit, you know, and take control of it. But I mean, it's not going bad today.
The world snooker champion Ronnie O'Sullivan has revealed that 10 years ago he was offered £20,000 to throw frames. The revelation comes after world number 5 Stephen Lee was found guilty last month of match fixing. Writing in his new autobiography, O'Sullivan doesn't name the person who made the approach, but says he instantly rejected it. Snooker's governing body says they'll be asking him to explain his comments.
When I came back to the Masters for the first time to watch a tournament from when I took my year out, I realised how much I missed the journalists, the tournament directors, the referees, and I just thought, you know what, by doing that you're jeopardising people that make your life much happier. That I've travelled the world with these people for 20 years, so you're not just taking the money, you're jeopardising relationships with people and the sport and the opportunity to get out there and embrace great things which being a professional snooker player can give you.
And that is all the sport for now. I'm handing back, I think, to London.
As you will gather, we're having a few technical difficulties here at the moment, which we will try and put right. In the meantime, we will bring you the news we can in as orderly a fashion as possible. That's the aim of the exercise.
Yeah, that's all we can promise. The campaign group Human Rights Watch has accused Syrian rebel fighters of war crimes. The organisation says rebels killed more than 190 civilians in August when they captured a number of Alawite.
120.
Well, a single, a treble and a double, all on the 20s. Oh dear. Double 16 for Dave Cameron when he returns to level this first set.
70. Debut acquired 32.
Double 16 for his first leg on the Lakeside stage. Double 8 now.
24.
All the nerves perhaps taking their toll.
Now Wolfie can really strike a psychological.
We're sorry to go to this breakdown slide. I'm afraid we are experiencing a few problems with the World Dance Championships here on BBC One, but we'll be back with you just as soon as we possibly can. We're back now with the World's Dance Championships on BBC One.
Game on.
2-0 lead in this first set. Goes without saying, it's always going to be good to settle the nerves and get that first leg on the board. Dave Cameron.
Joaquin Rodriguez has done just a great performance by his team. We're still waiting to find out exactly. This is the team of Cadel Evans.
Well, we're having a few problems with our coverage of the Giro d'Italia time trials. Maybe the rain, who knows? We're working on it, so please stay with us and we'll be back hopefully in just a moment. Well, once again, apologies for the temporary fault that we had. We now have regained control of the Giro d'Italia time trials coverage. Here we go.
Waiting for Dan Martin, who actually is still on the floor. Oh, just overlapping the wheel. I think it was Dan Martin who was the first to crash, wasn't he? Yeah. Oh, no.
Barn owls, one of Britain's most popular birds, to one of my favourites, a really dashing little falcon. And fortunately, someone has sent in a rather attractive still of this.
Oh,
Jack
that's a
Barnes.
Good photo.
Well, I'm sorry we've lost the programme. Autumn Watch has just disappeared. We seem to have lost the link, but we'll go back to it just as soon as we possibly can. Once again, our apologies for the loss of Autumn Watch. We'll join the live programme again as soon as we restore the link. Well, I'm very sorry. We're having some difficulties with Autumn Watch. We are going to return to that programme just as soon as we possibly can. Well, the reason we've lost the programme from Autumn Watch is that they've lost power at the outside broadcast. So while we try and find somewhere to put our 13-amp plug, we'll continue to play you some music. Well, I'm sorry, we're still not able to go back to Autumn Watch. We are having some difficulties with that because of the loss of power at the outside broadcast location. So we'll see if we can find something else to bring you. This is BBC Two Scotland. We're apologising once again for the loss of Autumn Watch. As I said, we've lost power at the outside broadcast location, which means no pictures. And for the meantime, we're not quite sure when we're going to get the power back. So in a moment or two, hopefully, we'll bring you something else. Well, I have to say things are looking a little bit more hopeful because we managed to restart the generator out at the outside broadcast, which is good, obviously. So as soon as we get the pictures back, we'll bring them to you. Well, in the hope that we get Autumn Watch back shortly, for the meantime, we're going to bring you an edition of Coast.
Before we go, we have one last bit of business before I say goodbye, and that's the finding of our final total for the night. Okay, so we're going to reveal this title. This is an amazing... Are we going to see the title upon this screen? Is that going to be rendered and revealed? Okay, well, let's get ready to be enthusiastic, because I think there's a total coming. The total for tonight...
Helped by these. These are packed full of nutrients and they're amazing for malnourished children like Divine. So please, give generously tonight. They're very often the difference between life and death. Go on. Please donate tonight. Your money saves lives. Please call 03457 910 910 or go online. Thank you.
There you go. So that was an optimistic beat to end upon. Coming up in a few minutes, this is going to be wonderful. It's Jonathan Ross and Noel Fielding. Fantastic beats and where to find them. They're very dear friends of mine. I love them. There's nothing they can do in my mind that will ever separate them from my heart. They're going to look back at some of the best musical performances and sketches from the last 30 years of comic relief. Don't go to sleep. Remain fully conscious. Never yield to it. But before that, and because you've been so generous and beautiful beyond my wildest dreams, here's a sketch featuring some of the biggest stars in the world and the biggest star in the universe. I'm excited to see this myself. So for now, I bid you a farewell. We're all gonna, I think, shall we sort of set up some sort of tribe? We can probably live together. You people aren't going anywhere just yet. Maintain your enthusiasm as we occupy the Millennium Dome, this peculiar annex of it, and stay wild. I'm Russell Brand. This has been my standoff. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your generosity. Good night.
Renowned scientist and occasional sitcom star Stephen Hawking has used the same trademark voice for over 30 years.
My name is Stephen Hawking. You were only supposed to blow the bloody atom.
Now, thanks, yeah. Obviously, you know there was a loss of transmission there because you're sat at home and you saw the whole thing go off here. Well, let me tell you, what you missed was some excellent television presenting by me, wasn't it? Wasn't I good? But you missed the grand total, and this is ultimately about helping people. And in the system we live in, and I did suggest a change, we do need money to change people's lives. So the total that you missed because of a loss of transmission, and let's not get called conspiratorial about that, was £71 million, 308,475 quid, and it's come from you. You are the people that's given this money. Thank you. We're going to have to add this audience to the people that require urgent help and water. The helplines are going wild. We are handing over now to safe hands. The hands of Jonathan Ross and Noel Fielding. They're going to look at some of the best musical moments in comic relief history. Stay tuned for that and more chaos. I'm Russell Brand. Thank you very much. Good night.
He's in big trouble.
That's an experiment needed.
We'll do it tomorrow.
James, thanks
we'll
for
get the doctor
time.
in. I'll eat loads of pasta tonight.
I'm sorry, we seem to be having some problems bringing you BBC News at the moment, but do stay with us for breakfast at 6 and hopefully we'll get back to BBC News as soon as we can. I'm sorry, we seem to be having some problems bringing you BBC News at the moment. Do stay with us though.
Ten people affected by mental health issues, united by one goal, to run the London Marathon. But you're convinced it can help? Most definitely.
I just feel like I'm not going to be able to do it.
Joined by some special guests.
You're the heroes.
On a journey that's not just about crossing the finishing line. Mind Over Marathon. Tonight at 9 on BBC One.
It's time to clock in for a brand new quiz show.
50-dead challenge we didn't look going to lose.
I think you're an easier target.
You saw how I took care of Martin, right?
I'm not built to be a bouncer. We're going to see what you're made of.
The Boss starts Monday at 2:15 on BBC One.
CBeebies would like to invite you and your little ones to tea with Goldilocks and the Three Bears this Easter. So, come and join in through the magic of music and dance. CBeebies, Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
On CBeebies.
And available now on the BBC iPlayer Kids app.
Spring is arriving in a whirlwind of pink.
We're in Japan to celebrate the Sakura.
So join us tomorrow at 8:30.
In a world of cyber hacking and fake news, there is one show that can still be trusted.
Putin is excellent leader with lovely smooth chest. President Trump should also go topless.
Russia's only interest is to strengthen democracy, and also all Russian athletes are clean as whistles.
Have I Got News for You is back and unhacked. Starts tomorrow at 9 on BBC One.
More vodka?
Good morning and welcome to Thursday on BBC One. Let's get going now with breakfast.
Make sure he hits this hard enough. Nice played for the single red. He's obviously happy with the pink or black, none of them going to the left corner. So obviously comfortable with the situation.
30.
Well, I'm really sorry. We seem to have lost our live coverage of the Crucible there. Hopefully back to the programme as soon as we can. Well, again, our apologies for the loss of the live feed of the snooker. The World Championship at the Crucible in York will hopefully return to our live coverage here on BBC Two as soon as we can. And there's a look at some of the programmes we can look forward to later this evening. Well, again, our apologies for the loss of our live snooker coverage here on BBC Two this morning. We'll hopefully return to our live coverage in York as soon as we can, so please do bear with us. Well, again, we're very sorry about that break in our live coverage of the snooker here on BBC Two, but I'm pleased to say we've got the lines back up and we can return to the Crucible in York and the World Snooker Championship.
Oh, long way, long way.
And Limbo, 62.
That was very hard work, that break. It was an excellent break, but he really had to work for it. And a disappointing end.
Surely though, Stephen, he has to play that as a shot to nothing and get the cue ball near the ball cushion.
I just think he doesn't entertain any possibility of missing it. It didn't come into his mind, but I agree, frame ball, it was the time to play that as a shot to nothing. Now he's ding high enough in this black to play a cannon.
Well, apologies for the loss of picture just a short time ago on the Ding Junhui Liang Wenbo match. Pleased to say that pictures are now available and being transmitted as they should be. However, if you are watching on the red button this morning, a very quick announcement to say that very shortly the red button will cease to be showing the snooker for the time being, but you can carry on watching the Stuart Bingham v Karen Wilson match by going via our website and also the BBC Sport app. Throughout this championship you can choose your matches on the app, either Table 1 or Table 2. In the meantime, I'll turn you back to Willie and Stephen.
8.
Very helpful to have someone in your corner who's been there, knows what it feels like, knows what you're going through in the arena.
Well, again, I'm very sorry about the problems here on BBC Two. We've lost our live feed to the Crucible again. So hopefully do please bear with us and we'll return to York as soon as we can. Well, again, I'm very sorry for the problems we're having this morning with the live feed of the snooker from the Crucible in York. Please do bear with us here on BBC Two. Hopefully that coverage will continue again very shortly. Well, again, I'm very sorry for the problems we're having this morning here on BBC Two with our live coverage of the World Snooker. Hopefully, please do bear with us and we'll return to that live coverage as soon as we can. Well, again, very sorry for the problems here on BBC Two this morning. We have some major problems with the live snooker coverage. We can't get our lines up to York just at the moment, but please do bear with us. We're working hard to restore the programme and hopefully returning to that coverage as soon as we can. Well, again, many apologies for the problems here on BBC Two this morning. Pleased to say we've found one of the lines to York, and let's return to that live coverage here on BBC Two of the World Championship. Well, I'm afraid I've just been told we've lost that again, so I'm very sorry about this. Please do stay with us here on BBC Two. That coverage will hopefully continue very shortly. A very good morning to you from BBC Two. Apologies this morning. We have some major problems with our live coverage of the snooker from the Crucible in York. Please do bear with us. We're hoping to restore that programme and our live coverage as soon as we can. Well, again, our apologies. We've lost our live coverage, as you can see, from the Crucible in York, the World Championship Snooker. Hopefully we'll return to that programme as soon as we can. Well, again, I'm very sorry for the problems with our live snooker coverage here on BBC Two this morning. We can't return to that programme just at the moment. Instead, let's calm things down with a visit to the coast. Well, I'm sorry, we can't return to our snooker. Next on BBC Two, it's the Daily Politics.
Spring is arriving in a whirlwind of pink.
We're in Japan to celebrate the sakura.
So join us tonight at 8:30 on BBC Two.
Okay, here we go. Do you need a ride? Woohoo! How many times have you driven a boat this fast? None! Well, there's an image that'll be stuck in my mind forever.
Top Gear, the new series, continues Sunday at 8 on BBC Two.
5 finalists, 4 styles. But who's got the winning feeling? BBC Young Dancer 2017. The grand final, tomorrow at 8 on BBC Two.
What do our pets need to be healthy? They can't tell you, but science can. Our crack team of experts use pioneering research to bring you the very best advice, from the best way to treat fleas to how to help your pet lose weight. Trust me, I'm a vet. Starts Wednesday, 3rd of May on BBC Two.
In a world of cyber hacking and fake news, there is one show that can still be trusted.
Da, Putin is excellent leader with lovely smooth chest. President Trump should also go topless.
The Russians' only interest is to strengthen democracy, and also all Russian athletes are clean as whistles.
Have I Got News for You is back and unhacked. Starts tonight at 9 on BBC One.
More vodka?
Welcome to paradise.
This is a great day out.
Welcome to your new world.
Where are all the people?
Be happy.
What's happening? What do we do?
They're expecting the new Garden of Eden, not to be the fertilizer.
Doctor Who, tomorrow at 7:20 on BBC One.
You're watching BBC Two, and again, we're very sorry that due to some major technical issues this morning, we lost our live coverage of the snooker. We hope to return to the Crucible at 1 o'clock after the Daily Politics. Well, apologies again for the earlier problems with our live snooker coverage. Here's hoping for a quieter afternoon now on BBC Two as we head back to the Crucible in Sheffield and the World Championship.
Sunday Politics in an hour on BBC One. First, we'll join the debate with Nicky Campbell.
Good morning, I'm Nicky Campbell. Welcome to The Big Questions. Today we're live from Oasis Academy, Media City in the UK, and we're talking about knife crime, and we're talking about drugs in sport. Live from Oasis Academy, Media City, UK, and welcome to our audience. From now On the 23rd of April will be a day of commemoration for Stephen Lawrence, who was attacked, stabbed and left to die 25 years ago in Eltham, South London. On April the 16th this year, it was the turn of another 18-year-old student, Sammy Sidholm, to be stabbed in the back and left for dead as he returned home from a football game in Forest Gate, East London. Now, if Sammy's killers are ever caught, they could face a life sentence in prison, although only 2 out of a gang of 6 were ever found guilty of Stephen Lawrence's murder. New figures released this week show that knife crime rose by 22% in England and Wales in 2017. Now, for someone to be stabbed requires someone else to be carrying a knife. Carrying a knife does not automatically lead to a spell in prison, unlike carrying a gun, which gets you 5 years inside. Now, the day after Sammy's murder, Sir Bernard Hogan Howe, the former Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, said that current sentencing for carrying a knife, just 6 months for a second conviction, does not send a strong enough signal. And the Home Secretary's new offensive weapons bill, due to be published imminently, does promise more controls on the possession of certain types of knives.
My son went.
I'm sorry about that. We were just watching Nicky Campbell and suddenly it all froze. So we'll do what we can to correct the fault and get back to the big questions as soon as we can. In fact, we can go back straight away.
Ended, and the young man found it incredibly hard to deal with that.
Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to be rude.
It's all right, no.
We have, due to a technical glitch, been off the air for a couple of minutes. And they're going to tell me, when, are we back on the air now? We are. Welcome back, everybody. We were off the air for a couple of minutes. Great promise as a greyman.
Joshua carried on with the evening and the boy had gone home in anger.
I'm really sorry about this. I know this is spoiling totally your enjoyment of the big questions this morning. We're obviously having a few technical issues, so while we get them sorted out, I'll play some music. You're watching BBC One, and as you can see at the moment, unfortunately, we should be showing you the big questions with Nicky Campbell. We've had a couple of technical issues that we're currently trying to resolve, and hopefully we'll be back with the programme as soon as we can. OK, we are now able to go back to the programme.
Welcome back. Sorry about all the technical problems this morning. We have two really, really important debates. We're discussing knife crime and later on drugs in sport. And I don't know if our audience at home heard any of our first answer and any of what you were saying, Alison. It's so important that they do. We're talking about knife crime. We're talking about your son Joshua, who was murdered. I'm getting the coffee crash now. sorry about the problems at the beginning of the show. Thanks for staying with it. See you next week.
Tonight at 10, jobs and prosperity must come first in any Brexit deal. The Chancellor spells out his priorities. Philip Hammond said that while people had voted to leave the EU, they hadn't voted to make themselves poorer. The Bank of England
Taking his time, composing himself. A little bit of noise from one of the other tables. Now 55 ahead. Two more reds with two high valued colours would be enough.
56.
And that's just about perfect. He can put this white in a position where he'll have a choice of 3 reds. You can see the angle he screwed the white into. Was leaving himself options. 61 ahead.
61.
What a performance from this young Scottish player.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of talk about how poorly Mark Selby's played today, but we really have to talk about how well Scott Donaldson's played. He's outplayed the world #1 in every department.
We're terribly sorry for the break in the viewing there. We will hope to get you back to the snooker as soon as we can.
He's a very modest young man, but I'll tell you what, inside he'll be absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, I'm delighted for Scott. Sometimes you need these results.
73.
Could even kickstart a career, a result like this.
So maybe this year, the fact that she didn't do very well in Birmingham, and we'll see how this week goes. Might be
the opposite.
We seem to be having some trouble with our coverage from Eastbourne this afternoon. Do bear with us and we will get back to it just as soon as possible. I'm terribly sorry if you have tuned in to watch the tennis or are in the middle of watching our coverage of Eastbourne. Do bear with us, we seem to have some trouble with our feed. We are doing everything we can to get it back just as soon as possible. Well, I know this is far from ideal. Terribly sorry that we have lost our coverage at the moment from Eastbourne. Do bear with us, though. We are doing our very best to get it back for you, and I will keep you posted with any information. Our live coverage from Eastbourne having a bit of trouble at the moment. We're doing everything we can this end and we will get back to it just as soon as we can. Apologies, we are doing everything we can this end. There seems to be a technical fault with our coverage from Eastbourne. Bear with us and we will be back with it just as soon as we can. Our live tennis coverage from Eastbourne experiencing a few problems at the moment. We're doing everything we can and we will have any updates for you just as soon as we find out. If you've just joined us, we are experiencing a bit of trouble with our connection to the Eastbourne tennis. If that's what you've tuned in to watch, we are doing our best to get it back to you just as soon as we possibly can. We are experiencing a little bit of trouble with our coverage from Eastbourne. We're doing everything we can to get you back to the tennis just as soon as we possibly can. Thank you so much for your patience and for bearing with us. Well, I'm terribly sorry. We are still trying to do everything we can to rejoin the tennis at Eastbourne. We'll keep you updated, and thank you so much for your patience and for bearing with us. If you've just joined us to watch the tennis from Eastbourne, or if you've been enjoying our coverage this afternoon, our biggest apologies. We're doing our best to get back to the tennis, and thank you for your patience. We're doing our very best to return to it as soon as we possibly can. Well, I'm really pleased to say that we are hoping to join the tennis back at Eastbourne. Thank you very much for your patience. And we now return to the coverage live on the South Coast.
Welcome back to coverage of the Nature Valley International here at Eastbourne. Huge apologies for the breakup in transmission. There are power problems here, and that is why pictures suddenly weren't getting to you on BBC Two. But we can rejoin this match. Karolina Pliskova, the defending champion, having...
for failing to publish the legal advice which Parliament demanded last month. Last night, the Commons Speaker granted an emergency.
Very sorry, we're having some problems here on BBC One this morning. Do stay with us though, and hopefully we can correct the fault and get back to breakfast as soon as possible. I'm sorry, we're having some problems here on BBC One, but do stay with us and hopefully we'll be back to breakfast just as soon as we can. This is BBC One. Do stay with us. We're having a few problems here this morning, but hopefully we can get back to...
that even bigger debate on whether or not Parliament endorses Theresa May's Brexit vision. And as we've seen over the last few weeks, she faces massive opposition from every side on it, from some who think it leaves us too close to the European Union, tied to its rules, to others who think it takes us too far away. Theresa May will argue this morning that it sets us on course for a better future outside the European Union, but she faces massive struggles to win over enough MPs to get it through.
Nick, thanks very much. Time now is 5 minutes past 7. You are watching
Welcome
Breakfast.
back.
Welcome back. We've had some technical problems, we understand,
Yes.
on BBC One. We were off air on BBC One
Did
for
you
some
pull the
technical
plug
problems.
out?
Just accidentally kicked the wire. I'm so sorry. My fault. All my fault, as usual. Anyway, we're back with you, so apologies for those technical problems. The time now, 5 minutes past 7. You're watching Breakfast with Dan and Naga.
Let's move on with some other news for you this morning. The Transport Secretary, Chris Grayling, should take some responsibility for the chaos around the introduction of new rail timetables earlier this year.
Just hearing that our rivals at BBC Breakfast apparently have had the plug pulled on them. Apparently they went off air.
I can't imagine who might have pulled the plug.
They went off air
BBC
apparently.
Breakfast.
For we don't know for quite how long, but apparently it took a long time for anyone to realise. Anyway, if you've been watching the BBC and you're obviously bored.
No, you're over here now.
Or maybe you're finding the blank screen more interesting than their normal fare. But, you know, come over here. We've
Welcome.
got power. We have power here in every sense.
We're like a double espresso shot in comparison. 7:38, here's Charlotte with the rest of the morning.
Fingers crossed they're back on air soon.
We also have the headlines for you this morning.
Don't remember, it's the journey, not the destination.
And look at the bright side. It's 30 degrees in Tel Aviv tomorrow. Right. You can spend the whole day at the beach.
The whole day.
In the meantime, let's take another look at tonight's 10 qualifying songs here.
The shocking story of a British tsunami, the killer wave of 1607 in Time Watch in an hour. First, facing up to the climate emergency in the world's oceans, David Attenborough meets those devoting their lives to make a difference. It's Blue Planet 2.
Sorry, Anne. I couldn't resist it.
her and her ex-partner's name on it. But Mrs. Hunter has paid the debt herself, in full.
Playing safe. Needs to get that gap in between green and brown. Oh, he's flicked the brown. Well, it could have been worse for Sean. That cue ball could have gone right in.
Well, I'm sorry about that. We were enjoying the Robertson-Murphy match there, and then the picture just froze. So we'll do what we can to fix the problem and get back to the snooker as soon as we can. This is BBC Two. I'm sorry about this. We've got a technical fault that means at the moment we can't continue with the snooker coverage from the Crucible. We're doing what we can to fix the problem, and hopefully we'll be back with the snooker just as soon as we can. Once again, I'm really sorry about this. I'm a snooker fan as well as you, and I've been enjoying this match between Neil Robertson and Sean Murphy. Unfortunately, though, we have a technical issue that means we can't carry on with the pictures or indeed the sound from the snooker at the Crucible in Sheffield. Behind the scenes, we're doing everything we can to fix the fault, and we will be back with it as soon as possible. So do bear with us. Sorry about this. This is BBC Two, and I'm really sorry because much as we've been trying to sort out our problems with our link to the Crucible in Sheffield for the snooker, unfortunately we can't fix the problem at the moment, so we can't return to the snooker. We will do everything we can to sort out the problem. But in the meantime, we're going to fill in with Coast.
Well, Coast was an extra programme this morning because we've had some technical problems with the snooker at the Crucible, but I'm glad to say those are now fixed and we can rejoin them.
We're back with you now. We do apologise for the power cut, but we're going to rejoin the action on Table 1 with Stephen Hendry and John Virgo.
5.
Yes, thank you, Seema, and welcome back, everybody. We've had a bit of a power cut. I know there's a lot of people in the audience checking their earpieces, but anyway, it didn't affect you here in the arena. Nothing in this, points all square, so you've not missed much. Well, apart from a few mistakes from both players. But we're now at the business end of this frame. Big frame you feel now for Sean Murphy. Doesn't want to drop 4 behind.
BBC Two and BBC iPlayer.
Brian Cox turns his attention to Saturn, the icy jewel of our solar system. Just an hour to wait for its story. First, how smart is your family? Why don't you play along from home and find out?
This is a show where family matters every bit as much as grey matter. 8 of Britain's cleverest families are assembling for the ultimate test of cross-generational brain power.
Brain activated? Brain on?
Here, it's not just their individual IQ that counts.
No matter what I'm juggling, I still want to feed my family delicious food.
No, you want to eat that.
I'm going to show you how to make amazing, stress-free recipes.
Together we'll do it.
Using my cheeky, time-saving hacks. Life's too short. Enjoy your family and enjoy your time.
So yummy.
Now, if you don't mind, could you leave me with my bowl?
Join us for Nadia's Time to Eat. Coming soon to BBC Two and BBC iPlayer.
We just test it's working, that. Ah! Yeah, it's working, Martin. Go!
I'm not touching the sides!
Brand new Top Gear continues Sunday at 8 on BBC Two.
I think I might have weed myself.
Liftoff of Messenger on NASA's mission to Mercury.
Well, I'm ever so sorry about this. You're watching BBC Two, but we're having some technical problems. As you can see, we are doing our very best to try and get everything sorted out. As soon as we can, we'll get back to our programmes. In the meantime, I can play you some music. Again, this is BBC Two. Our apologies for the technical problems. We're now going to attempt to return to the family brain games.
This is...
I was a bit mean to you earlier on.
It's fine. I can take it. Blood sugar's fine. What I would say is that in politics, and you'd probably agree, you win hearts and minds and you win votes in ballot boxes. In a capitalist world, in the private sector, you win by pounds and pence. And what's happening is, last year, for example, a quarter of all products in supermarkets were vegan. Now, veganism is becoming a bigger thing. Now, while that's important to the global emergency, it's 15% of emissions is animal agriculture, which is more than all transport.
This is BBC One. I'm sorry, but due to technical problems, we've lost contact with the Big Questions studio in Salford. We're working as hard as possible to return to Nikki as soon as we can. Again, this is BBC One. We are very sorry for losing touch with the Big Questions and Nikki. We're working as hard as we can to get back to the studio so that we can continue to follow the discussion. This is BBC One. It seems that the stormy conditions up in Salford are causing us some problems. We are working as hard as we can against the weather to get back to Big Questions and Nikki in Salford as quickly as we can. So please do bear with us. Thank you. This is BBC One. We are still experiencing the issues with the inclement weather in Salford. It does appear that the gremlins have got the weather bug. We are working as hard as we can to get back to the big questions, and Nikki and the team in Salford as quickly as we can. Again, I do apologise about this break in the programme. This is BBC One. We are working as hard as we can to beat the weather and get back to Salford and the big questions and Nikki as quickly as we can. Again, I do apologise about this breaking our programming, and we will try and get back to the programme and Nikki and the big questions quickly. Thank you. This is BBC One. Finally, we have managed to beat the stormy conditions and we're able to return to the Big Question studio in Salford. Thank you for bearing with us.
Altruistic, empathetic.
This is BBC One. Obviously, the weather is against us this Sunday morning. Unfortunately, we're not able to go back to big questions in Salford, but please do bear with us 1 second while we figure out what we're going to do this morning. Thank you. This is BBC One. We are trying the best that we can to beat the weather. We are hoping, fingers crossed, that we have managed to do it. So hopefully we're going to return to the Big Question studio in Salford and Nikki. And again, we are really sorry for the interruption to the programme.
See, I told you what she believed.
I'm sorry about your mum, first of all.
Well, I just said it was it was an example.
I know, but
she was an extraordinary human being, and then you hear religious people.
She was.
And religious people
right.
saying.
So I don't agree at all with what you just said. Absolutely not. And I'm happy to say that Judaism doesn't either. However, you are on the traditional spectrum.
In my red, got about 6 more rows.
US politics now on BBC One, and hopes for healing a deeply divided nation. Well, I'm sorry we're having a problem bringing you Panorama tonight. We'll try and get it to you as soon as we possibly can. Well, do stay with us. This is BBC One, and we're having a slight technical issue at the moment. We'll try to sort it as soon as we possibly can. Well, I'm happy to say that we have now sorted our problem and we can bring you tonight's Panorama. Well, unfortunately, we can't bring you Panorama at the moment. We're still having a technical issue, so sorry about that. And do stay with us here on BBC One. You're watching BBC One this Monday night, and we're having an ongoing technical issue. We are working on it, so do bear with us, and we'll get you something on air to watch as soon as we can. You're watching BBC One, and unfortunately tonight we're having a major technical problem. Do bear with us. As I keep on saying, we are trying to get the problem sorted, and as soon as we can, we will be back with you on air. You're watching BBC One, and we're having a technical issue at the moment. As I keep on telling you, we are definitely working on it, and we hope to have things up and running as soon as we possibly can. Well, unfortunately, we're still having a problem bringing you Panorama for tonight on BBC One. Do stay with us, and if we can't bring that to you, we'll bring you another programme instead. You're watching BBC One, and we do have some problems at the moment bringing you any programmes, but we will do as soon as we possibly can. Thanks for bearing with us here on BBC One. We are working very hard to get our programmes back on air, and as soon as we can, we'll have something for you to watch. Well, I'm glad to say we can now bring you a replacement programme for Panorama. It's Garden Rescue. Well, unfortunately, I made a mistake there, so I apologise for that. In fact, we can bring you Panorama now, and here it is on BBC One.
America is in turmoil.
What's your IQ? What's your IQ? What's your IQ?
A country dangerously torn.
When I go shopping, I can't.
If Trump loses.
I can't always put my finger on it, but it's just feeling like
You're watching BBC One. Unfortunately, we're having quite a night of it here, so do bear with us. We've got a few technical problems. We are working on them, and we hope to sort them as soon as we possibly can.
No abortion and law and
I have already.
We'll do accept our apologies for the problems we had bringing you tonight's Panorama on BBC One.
Well, we're sorry that we're unable to bring you tonight's panorama. So now on BBC One Wales Comedy. Would I lie to you? Well, probably I would, actually, because that hasn't happened, has it? If you'll just bear with me one moment, please. Thank you very much. And we'll see what we can do.
Comedian whose first job was selling ice creams. I bet he made hundreds and thousands. It's James Acaster.
Oh, that looks close. And it's gone in. What a pop from Mark Allen. Difficult moments for Dave Gilbert. Allen.
We're sorry for the break in this programme. Just bear with us. We're trying to get it solved our end. Do bear with us. We do apologise. We're trying to get things fixed our end. Hold tight. I can only apologise at this stage. We're trying to get you back to the snooker as soon as possible. Do bear with us here on BBC Two. I do apologise. We're still having some technical difficulties here on BBC Two. We're doing our best to get you back to the snooker as soon as possible. Bear with us. Again, we're sorry for any inconvenience caused to your evening. We're doing our best here on BBC Two to get you back to the snooker. The Gremlins are still with us here on BBC Two. Bear with us, we're doing our best to get you back to the snooker as soon as we possibly can. I do apologise again for the upset to your evening here on BBC Two. We're trying our hardest to get you back to the snooker. We're still struggling with technical difficulties here on BBC Two, but we're trying our hardest to get you back to the snooker. Bear with us. I can only apologise for the inconvenience to your evening. Do bear with us here on BBC Two. We're doing all we can to try to get you back to the snooker. Sorry again for the inconvenience caused. We're doing all we can here on BBC Two to get you back to the snooker. I do apologise. We have solved the problem, so we return now to the Snooker Championship.
It's another angle to try and get up behind the black. He's just...
Was put in place. They also have the insurance policy to come back to. Penalties out of Cardiff.
Yeah, thank you.
Yellow card. Yeah. On and straight off.
And we do apologise for the break in this programme due to the weather. We'll get back to Scrum 5 as soon as possible. And once again, we apologise for the lack of pictures for the rugby. We seem to be having some technical problems with the weather. We'll get back to it as soon as possible. Once again, we apologise for the break in this programme. We're having severe problem with the rugby and we hope to get back to Scrum 5 as soon as possible. Please bear with us. Thank you for your patience waiting for the rugby to come back online. I can assure you we are still working hard to get the rugby back to you. Please bear with us. We will be with you as soon as possible. And I'm pleased to announce that we can go back to the rugby now, so please enjoy the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry about the wait. We do seem to be having major issues with the weather and satellites to bring you the rugby today. Please bear with us. We are trying everything we can do to bring it back to you. And we're pleased to say we have pictures back for the rugby, so we will take you back to scrum 5. Apologies for the delay once again.
How about that for a tactical play? Really well worked. Identify the space. Communication. Welcome back to Scrum 5. We are so sorry for the issues, the technical issues that we have struggled with, but they have just missed the try by Keelan Giles, Tom. Watch this kick, identifying where the space is. It's absolutely perfect. Keelan Giles has a lot of work to do. Great foot control in this weather. Just to be able to tap it on a little bit. A proper winger's try this. Lots to do. Goes around the outside of him. That's huge, Sean.
Ah, he's cooked Cameron out, doesn't he? Brilliant little football skill there, and a finish. The old one. But Sean got it on the crew, you know, they found the rest. They kick really well. They've followed it. They've capitalised on it in the car.
Well, I'm afraid there is way too much weather disturbance to bring you the rest of the game of Scrum 5. So we are going to head to an extra programme. So we have Blue Planet for you.
Wales, Commonwealth gold, Bob Morgan.
He's one of the best in the world.
It was big, I'm in LA.
Milo.
Milo?
Milo the millipede. Yeah. I see, suddenly I'm comfortable with them now. You've given them a name. It's the theme with my names. They're very Oh, non-threatening look at this names. chunky fella. So this is Marvin.
Is he meant to go up my arm?
That's fine, if you're comfortable.
I mean, he's looking pretty happy, actually, exploring.
We're sorry for the current break in this programme. We're currently trying to connect the fault. We are actually connecting the north and south of Cornwall tonight in Countryfile, and we visit the new 87-mile long coastal path. That's tomorrow away, and that's at 6. That's followed by a gift from King Edward VII and a rare SAS medal collection. It's the Antiques Roadshow from Cardiff at 7. Caring for an expectant mother whose flat is riddled with damp, the new series of Call the Midwife continues at 8. Followed by more new drama, Seeking Answers, Elliot and Helen go to meet his family in The Tourist at 9. That's Sunday night here on BBC 2. On BBC 1. We're continuing to try and fix the fault, and we're sorry for the break in this programme.
Look, you look at that, all your audience at home, they're feeling the oxytocin from, you know, that love hormone from just look at him, he's cute as a button. And that's what everyone is feeling. But yeah, but you get this overall sense of well-being and sort of calmness.
Where's Norman?
The snake.
He should be in here somewhere.
The gallery's quite quiet. That's B, our director.
B? What have you got?
Now, she's normally quite loud, isn't she? But she's actually very relaxed.
She looks very relaxed.
So I'm joined by the Snuts, fresh from the main stage. I appreciate you popping over, coming here for a chat. How you feeling?
Yeah, absolute magic. So it's one of those ones we've came straight here, so I'm still absolutely full of adrenaline. I'm still sitting here shaking, but yeah, it was incredible just looking out on that.
Hello. Let's see what's in store for the next week or so. Not bad for most of us. In some parts, speaking, enough with temperature. Let's have a look at the forecast then as we go through the course of today. Here's the satellite picture, and you can see a across the country, but thickening in some western areas, and that does mean some outbreaks of rain reaching Northern Ireland and maybe southwestern Scotland, but only in the form of showers. Now, the temperatures today typically in the low 20s in the south of the country, high teens in the north. So that's Sunday. Let's have a look at the forecast for tonight. The clouds thicken across the northwest of the UK as these outbreaks of rain spread into southern Scotland, maybe Wales in the southwest, but the further east and southeast you are, the drier the weather will be. Overnight temperatures, so early Monday morning, 15 in London, just about into single figures across the north of the UK. And the forecast then for Monday shows initially a lot of cloud in the morning, but come the afternoon, it'll turn quite sunny across England and Wales with a few showers here and there. In Scotland, it does look as though it'll be fairly cloudy with rain at times, at least in the southern uplands, and also 1 or 2 showers possible in Northern Ireland. And the temperatures typically 20. Now, the weather front moves to the east. Weak ridge of high pressure developing. Now, that
Well, I'm sorry, we're seeming to have a little difficulty bringing you the weather forecast. We'll try to get it back for you. If not, then do go on to the BBC website for a full weather update. Well, once again, apologies. We're having problems bringing you the weather forecast at the moment. We'll move on, and shortly we'll be on to Songs of Praise here on BBC One.
It looks...